on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
What a play!
Well, a very good morning and welcome to talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT's dedicated NFL YouTube channel, talkSPORT Endzone, as we bring you our live coverage of the opening round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Hope season is officially here. For the first time since 1970, there is not a team who at this point in the evening are going to be missing out on making a first-round pick. And that means everyone at home can be ready for the future of their franchise to come through the doors. I'm delighted to say that alongside myself, Will Gavin, draft expert Dom Corbett will be alongside me throughout this morning, trying to keep each other awake. We've got Will Varney up in the studio as well. Dom, first of all, for people who, like you and I, are nerds, this is outside of the playing season, basically Christmas Eve, right?
Oh, Christmas Eve is the perfect way to explain it. Like you say, every team has hope at this point. Maybe me less so as a Texans fan because we have to draft an offensive lineman. But it is, at the moment, everyone is 0-0. You can still draft the best player, and it is a really exciting time for all 32 teams.
Absolutely love it. Dom, if you've not seen his coverage across particularly TikTok, Instagram, etc., excellent breakdowns. And when you take a look over this draft as a whole, just headlines, we're expecting a quarterback to go at the very top of the draft with Cam Ward to the Titans. I think most people will say there's maybe beyond that 3-4 blue chip players in their mind. But I think when you get beyond that pick 4, pick 5, essentially, I don't think there's a huge difference picking between 5 and 20 in this draft. It's very much a pick your poison, which I think is going to really lend itself to quite a wacky, unpredictable first round. Throw out all those mock drafts by the time we get to 1 a.m.
Exactly. Like, all these teams are going to have their boards looking completely differently. It's all going to be about fit. And what might be lacking in this draft, yes, is that high-end star power, that blue-chip talent, especially of last year with the 4 quarterbacks, maybe even 5 quarterbacks, that went in the first round. But what it is going to have is loads of starters. You'll be able to get starters, I think, deep into the second day of this draft, into rounds 2, even round 3. And there's loads of players that I love, and I know that some other NFL teams are going to love, that might sneak into the first round and really surprise people, and vice versa. Maybe a few of those players that we know, maybe Malachi Ibuka, maybe Luther Burden, will slide out of the first round.
Look, let's start off with the fact that there is some massive possible breaking news at the top of the draft. And look, we're coming to you at a time when some of the biggest names in sport are saying that expect some explosivity in this top 10. Now, last year we sat here and we listened to a first round where there were 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks, a record that has never happened before. That's what makes it a record, Will, and I'm sure will never, ever, ever be broken. And yet people are talking about this being pretty wild. It looks like the Jacksonville Jaguars could be moving up from 5 to 2 with the Cleveland Browns. I imagine with the best player in the draft, Travis Hunter, and their eyes set on bringing in that incredibly special talent.
I was mocking Travis Hunter to the Jags at 5 way back in December when the picks were still kind of all over the shop. And it just makes so much sense for that team. They need both of those positions. And we kind of discuss, us in the media have discussed a lot about, can he play both ways, Travis Hunter? But really his value doesn't come from him necessarily playing both full time. It's that he can play either. It depends on the strength of your roster as a whole. But I think at the Jags, him and Brian Thomas Jr., with Trevor Lawrence getting the most out of him, is the more important position, I think, over cornerback if he does go to the Jacksonville at 2.
For people who aren't familiar with Travis Hunter as a prospect, and, the wildest of prospects that it is, we've seen so-called two-way players coming in to the league previously, but this wide receiver corner out of Colorado, I mean, I've only been really watching... I've followed the draft as a fan for 25, 30 years, but actually watching it as someone who covers the sport professionally, who reports on it, and really goes and watches film and goes and studies players. I've never, ever seen anyone like him in the last 15 years. And I don't think we've ever seen anyone who is a true, proper two-way player, who has the movement, the way he flips his hips, the way, it's almost like if you watched him play wide receiver with no knowledge that he also plays corner, you'd watch it going, why does he look like he's moving like a corner? It's bizarre, but it's phenomenal to watch.
His ball skills are absolutely phenomenal. Not just for a cornerback, who we all know they play cornerback because they can't catch, but even for a wide receiver. Like, his ball skills are crazy. For someone that is a little bit lighter, is a little bit shorter, the catches that he makes, the concentration, the hands are just out of this world. And his high game IQ for me is what really just separates him as a prospect. He just knows both sides of the ball. And I think that looking at his tape, that helps him play the opposite position. You know, he knows what cornerbacks hate as a wide receiver. He knows what wide receivers hate as a cornerback. And again, that high game IQ, he's baiting quarterbacks. He just understands the game like a veteran already. He's a fantastic prospect.
Look, it's worth mentioning we are live on talkSPORT End Zone, talkSPORT's dedicated NFL YouTube channel. We'd love to hear from you on there, on the chat, live chat throughout the morning. This morning, we'll interact with you on there. We'll interact with you live on the stream, as well as being here on radio on talkSPORT 2 as well. So get in touch with us there. You can also see that we haven't undersold just being fans. I did turn up I initially almost wore a jersey today. I was that kind of level of excited, but I have turned up rocking my 49ers gear. You've already talked about being a Texans fan. So look, we are here as fans. We will react emotionally and as fans to these picks, as well as people who love watching football, and we will have a lot of fun on the stream as well. So we'd love to hear from you there. That's talkSPORT End Zone on YouTube, as well as here on talkSPORT 2. Doubly exciting for me, because the reason I bring up being a fan is that, look, I am somebody who unashamedly would have rooted for the Browns in the past as a big underdog team, as a team whose fans always turned up despite the kind of 20-plus years of hurt when they came back to Cleveland following the Ravens move. Like, I was somebody who really got behind that franchise and couldn't have hated the Deshaun Watson move with more of my heart. And hated that the fans got behind it, thought it was karma that it all fell apart. And there is a little bit of me that not only am I excited that we're going to be seeing Travis Hunter, by the sounds of it, in London this year either way, but that it could now be with the Jags instead of with the Browns. It delights me.
The heel turn that the Browns did by having all of the kind of neutral fans behind them when they went through those hell years. I mean, I became a fan of the sport because of Baker Mayfield. I always have a soft spot for the Browns as a result. But that Deshaun Watson just burnt any goodwill they had. All of those, winless seasons and 2-win seasons. It was crazy to see a team in one move just completely alienate every single other person. Like you say, when even the fans are backing it, you have to take a step back and just say, you know what, like, I can't support what I'm seeing as a neutral, let alone just a fan of the team anyway. While
we are waiting to hear what that compensation is going to be, if it does happen, and there is a loss of buzz about it happening, it's only 3 spots, and it's in a draft that isn't particularly talent-rich overall. Like, I think outside of once you get past that initial run of blue-chip players, so we'll talk about that with Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Ashton Genty, a lot of people will have in that list as well. But once you get past that, I actually think trades are going to be easier this year than most, because we talked about there's that glut of very, very good players rather than top-tier talent. What are you looking for from the Cleveland Browns, from the Jacksonville Jaguars, if you're Cleveland, to move up those 3 picks?
It's a great question, and it's a really hard one because, like you say, there isn't really this cliff, I would say. At the moment, the Browns are trading out of the kind of golden tier in this draft, which is the top 3 picks. So really, it'll be interesting, I think, to see who they take, because they must have, a few players in mind if they're willing to trade back that far to 5, which is interesting considering that the Browns, I would say, are one of the worst rosters in the NFL at the moment. They don't really have anyone at the running back position. They don't really have anyone that moves me at wide receiver. They got Cedric Tillman, they got Jerry Jeudy. They showed flashes, yes. But that's what I thought Travis Hunter was going to address. And they're just kind of like a team that's really rudderless at the moment. And so where they trade down to, I suspect it will still be in the top 10, because I still think that's where you're going to get the best players. I think after that, you're really kind of searching for value or for fit. I think in the top 10, you can still get really good players, maybe not blue chip ones, but you've got the likes of Tyler Warren. I love him. Maybe Teteru McMillan. I love him as well. So really, it will just depend on who the Browns ultimately trade back with. If it's the Jags, maybe someone like the defensive lineman Kenneth Grant from Michigan will be on the board for them. Pair him up with, obviously, Myles Garrett off the edge. But it's an interesting choice to pass on a generational talent like Travis Hunter.
Now, Green Bay are holding the draft this year. They're loving to take it to these very football-rich, historic cities. Green Bay, one of the original NFL franchises, of course. And look, the fact that they can turn up in a city like this where they'd never hold a Super Bowl, outdoor stadium in the cold of February, but they can come and bring an event like this. Green Bay as a city are showing out. There are more people currently packed into that car park, huge car park, where they have that huge stage set up, where they've got that fan area at the front, where they've got the green room area at the back with all the prospects. There are more people packed into there right now than actually live in the city of Green Bay by about fivefold. So it's brilliant to see them showing out, and it's brilliant to see the atmosphere. And we will cross over to take the picks from Roger Goodell live, to hear from the interviewees live as well, as they're drafted, as they come through, as they speak on stage about becoming the latest Jacksonville Jaguar, Cleveland Brown, wherever it is they end up going. If I'm looking at that Browns Jags trade, I say I feel like those three spots, this year's second, which would be, the 35th, 36th overall pick, and then some kind of additional might be enough to do it. I'm not sure you're going to need to give up another first. In other years, when you're moving up for a quarterback, I think you probably need to give a future first up, right?
Yeah, you get that tax for the quarterback.
I think that they could look at it and say, look, if we give you our 35th this year, and then on top of that, Jacksonville have got, additional fourth-round picks this year from that trade with Minnesota this year, an additional third-round pick as well this year. Like, two of those top 90 picks going back to get that second overall and go get Travis Hunter, I don't know, that feels like value to me because he's such a special talent. We will find out if that trade goes through, and we'll get the first overall pick coming up shortly from Green Bay. Don't forget, interact with us via the YouTube channel at talkSPORT Endzone. We'd love to hear from you there. Dom Corbett alongside me, Will Gavin, for the NFL Draft 2025 First Round Live.
on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
What a play!
Back with the NFL Draft live on talkSPORT 2 and on our dedicated YouTube channel, talkSPORT Endzone. Get on there, get in the chat. Let us know your thoughts ahead of this first round about to get underway in just under 10 minutes' time. The Tennessee Titans are technically already on the clock. It is one of my favourite traditions every year, though, when that first pick, they do take 9 minutes and 59 seconds to put the card in, even though we all know who they're taking pretty much every year. I would do it. I would milk every second off the clock and enjoy being, for once, in the sunlight for the right reasons. You know, if you're picking number one overall, normally when you're getting national attention, it's not for good reasons.
Well, there's that tradition where one of the GMs calls the other one, even though they're never going to trade. I can't remember which two GMs it is, but I think there's an internal joke among NFL GMs that they do like to kind of take their time with these things, which annoying for us, but it's part of the experience.
I'm all for it. I am here. I am on board. I am ready. Green Bay looks ready right outside the historic Lambeau Field in that car park where so many wonderful tailgates happen every single year. The draft stage is set. It's like a music festival there. The front area, the VIP area with all of the little groups of fans packed into there. And then another, 50, 60, 70,000 people by the looks of it in attendance as well. All the major networks are there, and we're covering it for you live here on talkSPORT 2. I'm Will Gavin, talkSPORT NFL commentator, presenter. I've got Dom Corbett, draft expert and NFL expert. Do go and check him out. Where are your socials, Dom? Where can people find you?
At Dom Corbs NFL on Twitter and TikTok and Instagram, and Corbs NFL on YouTube. Got some longer form content stuff as well, all draft related, so go check it out. Absolutely
love it. Look, we are waiting for the info. We are waiting to see if this massive trade is going to happen. I'd like... Travis Hunter is an incredibly special talent, and the Jaguars seem like they are going to move up to go and get him. The Browns need picks, even though they've got 2/3, their first and their second this year, which they haven't had those picks for a while after the Deshaun Watson trade, and yet they are looking to stock up and get more. Those negotiations are ongoing. We are hearing positive noises that it could happen, so we'll keep you up to date on that. But let's just look at the rest of that top 10, Dom. Where else are the real kind of flashpoints for you? Where are we going to see potential trades, or a team where you really can't necessarily see which way they're going to go?
I think the Raiders at 6 and the Jets at 7 are kind of going to determine where the rest of the draft goes. If they go offensive linemen, there might be a rush for offensive linemen. We know the Bears would maybe like one of them, the Saints maybe, the 49ers, the Dolphins. So I think offensive line could go early if they pull the trigger. But really the Saints at 9, I think, are the team that really you'd never know what the Saints are going to do. I think they could genuinely do something crazy like draft Jackson Dart with the 9th overall pick. Apparently they're quite hot on him, which is a little bit crazy to me. But that is going to be the point, I think. The turning point will be the Saints and the Bears if there is a trade, but it's going to be within that top 10, which will kind of determine how the rest of the draft is going to go.
Let's talk about the quarterbacks, because as much as this is not a quarterback-rich draft, they will always be the big talking point. Once we see Cam Ward go off the board, the Miami quarterback, at 1 overall, and what a year he ended up having in 2024. He's by no means a single-season superstar, but he's raised himself from where you could have seen him as a day 2 pick to becoming the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And we'll have plenty of time to discuss him as he comes off the board. How do you see that next tier of quarterbacks? And do you think we're going to see multiples come off in the first round?
So I really do not like this quarterback class. The next quarterback for me on my big board is Shedeur Sanders, but I have him at 52. I don't not just have him as a first-round player. I don't have him as a top 50 player. I then have Jalen Milroe at 53, kind of hedging my bets there. If you want a quarterback that has a higher floor, Shedeur Sanders is your man. He's going to come out. He'll be ready to start day 1. And you're going to get an average level of quarterback play from him, I think, out the gate. I just don't think you're going to get anything more than that from him, which is why I have him so low. Because in this day and age where the quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, who are physical gods, are dominating the league. If you draft a very adequate at best athlete with a weaker arm like Shedeur Sanders, I don't really know what that's putting you in apart from quarterback purgatory. Now, Jalen Milroe is your kind of looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane kind of prospect. He has all the physical traits you could possibly want. Runs, I think, even better than Anthony Richardson, better than someone like Justin Fields, but he can't throw the football. He couldn't hit the backside of a barn at the moment. So it really is, after Cam Ward, the fall off for me is absolutely massive. But I actually think there is a little sweet spot later. I love Will Howard. I love Tyler Shough. I'm also quite high on Kyle McCord, the quarterback from Syracuse. Personally, I would pass on Sanders, Dart, Milroe at the top of the second, hopefully, if that's where they go. And I would just wait until the round 3 on day 2, and take a swing on one of those guys for much better value.
What I'm intrigued with Shedeur is you are right. There is a low ceiling there because he's not got those physical traits. And what people look for and what they go and try and find is somebody who is going to be a difference maker and is going to go and win them games, not just keep them in games. And yes, you will have success with Jared Goff or with Brock Purdy or with these guys if you've got the system, if you've got the talent, if you've got everything else around them. And that's, for me, that's where Shedeur is. I actually don't think he's got the arm of Goff, but he's that's the tier of quarterbacks that he probably sits in. Right situation, he could have real success, he could take a team to the playoffs, and he could go there. But he needs to land at the right place, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I think that lower floor, for me, it's why we see people take the big swings in the first round, but it's also why we end up with players like Anthony Richardson having the worst completion percentage of any quarterback in NFL history. It's why we have Trey Lance, who has only had 8 NFL starts across his first 4 seasons, despite costing 3 first-round picks. People are so desperate to go and find themselves Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, whoever it might be, that they are taking these swings on guys because they're traitsy. And I feel like we've had a bit of a change this year. I think there are plenty of traitsy guys in this draft and everyone's kind of going, yeah, but traitsy's not going to be enough for me, Jackson Dart. Sorry.
Well, I think the real cautionary tale was Anthony Richardson, like you say. Him not taking any sort of step from his rookie season, which, yes, was cut short due to injury, but we've not seen any real growth from him, even with a head coach who I trust in Shane Steichen, and really quite a lot of offensive weapons to speak of. They drafted Adonai Mitchell last year. They got Alec Pierce, Michael Pittman, Josh Downs. They got Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. They are a good offense, the Colts, which is why I think it's funny that they might draft another weapon like a tight end.
I love this idea. They are getting mocked tight end in every single draft. Every single mock draft I've seen, which means that has to be the tallest. Between all of the, between Pittman and Mitchell and everything else, it's just we just want big-bodied guys who do basically all the same thing, and we'll just figure it out.
It's going to be a race to the bottom between him and Daniel Jones as the quarterback, right? Which is not where you want to be as a fan, unfortunately. We're talking about hope and the draft, but at the moment the Colts and their fans are definitely in limbo because of their quarterback situation. But actually, with regards to the quarterbacks, I think a really interesting spot. Forget the Saints at 9, I think that'd be absolutely crazy. But the Rams at 26, I think, considering the Sean McVay offense, considering Stafford's got 1 more year, maybe 2 if he pushes it, but definitely at least 1. If Jackson Dart was to go at 26, despite that being a reach for me, I would kind of like that. I like what Dart offers you. He's a ball of clay. I know he's kind of there's nothing that you can point to that really moves me, but I do like the potential. And I think if he gets to sit for a year behind Stafford, learns that offense, I think you could get a kind of J.J. McCarthy-esque. We obviously don't know what that's going to be this year, but that kind of same setup, which I think is the best way to help a young quarterback adapt to the league.
I think what's going to be really fascinating is if we do see Shedeur in particular slide, a guy who we were talking about being a top 3 pick only a couple of weeks ago. Let's be very clear on this.
Yeah.
Not a top 3 pick a lot of people liked as being a top 3 pick, but a guy quarterback you just have to reach for. He's going to have inflated value, yada, 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 all that usual stuff, right? I think if he starts to slide out of the teens, I think when you get to Denver at 20, just ahead of Pittsburgh, Denver have already talked about the fact they're fielding a lot of calls for that pick. Is that a place where a Raiders, a Giants, or somebody who wasn't willing to take him at 6, at 3, at somewhere like that because they saw there was a blue chip player still available to them, but will happily trade back into the first round, get that 5th-year option to them. And then if Pittsburgh don't take a quarterback and nobody trades to 20, and that is... Yeah, Pittsburgh might not love any of these guys. They might be quite happy with the kind of malaise of quarterback that they've currently got there at the moment. I then start to look down and I look at guys like Washington, who, picking at 29, NFC Championship game, but probably have the thinnest roster of anyone picking from 16 onwards. High-end talent at the top end, but very, very thin. If Washington can pick up 2-3 extra picks, particularly if they're this year, from a team coming up out of the second, they'll snap the handoff for it. So I really think we are going to see some kind of big move happen towards the end of the draft with a quarterback. I can't see 2 going in the top 10 to 12, let alone 6 like we saw last year. Shador doesn't make sense for me at all, unfortunately.
No, it really doesn't. But that's what's so interesting about this draft order is that the second round, you've got the Browns, the Giants, the Titans. If something crazy to happen, maybe they pull a blinder and draft Travis Hunter here instead, and really if the Jags are trying to trade up for him, really spoil that. But yeah, there is that the teams at the top of the second that could definitely try and jump back into the first. The problem for me there, though, is that when you draft a quarterback like a Shedeur Sanders in the first or whatever, you're really tied to that quarterback by taking them in the first round. And that, for me, would scare me with these quarterbacks with either a high floor but a low ceiling or the other way around. And for me as well, it's just the question of, what are you getting out of these guys? And if you draft a quarterback in the first round, for the most part, obviously we've seen Jordan Love. He was able to sit for a few years. But as soon as that team starts to kind of hit some tricky waters with regards to their record, suddenly all the fans are pounding their table for that young quarterback to come and play. So if Jackson Dart goes to the Saints at the top of the second, that guy's going to be playing before, I'd say, November at the earliest. So it's a real tricky one, I think, when you take a quarterback in the first with the expectations that come with it.
We are still waiting for Rog to get out onto the stage. Sorry, Mr. Goodell, Commissioner Goodell, to come out and officially open the 2025 NFL Draft. We have hit 1 a.m. here in the UK. We would love to hear from you. Get in touch with us on the chat, on talkSPORT End Zone on there. Fair few of you getting in touch, tuning in, letting us know. Matt TM saying the roster is so thin for the Browns that he would back them taking the picks, asking after we thought about them potentially trading the number 2 pick. I just think it has to be a haul because, like I said, if I'm the Jags, I don't want to give up more than a second and maybe a future second, a future third, something like that. And I think the Browns will be looking for an extra first to move out of that spot. The Bubba King getting in touch. He's telling us that he's listening in whilst gaming as well. Big Finns fan. He wants Starks or Graham there. I'm not so sure about the safety class this year for me. I would say that you've probably get a guy at the top of the second if you're desperate for one, and I know you're desperate for defensive back help, but I've not been convinced by the safeties when I've watched them at all. Scott getting in touch saying that he's tuning in. Camden, Houday, big Bengals fan, letting us know that he's involved. So guys, get on there, get in the chat, send us your questions. We're here for the next 4 odd hours, so we will be engaged, ready to go. We've got Will Varney as well in the house. Will, are you with us up in the studio? And if people are watching on YouTube, you will get to see the very special Will Varney graphic come up now.
Hello, guys. Good morning, should I say. Absolute pleasure. I tell you what, Will, let me dive back in a moment, because right now I'm seeing Roger Goodell riding a bike out onto the stage.
The great Green Bay tradition. That's a wonderful thing.
It's quite the sight. Riding the bike on the stage. Yeah, plenty of... you've got more, at least around 10 people now cycle out onto the stages. Roger Goodell's going to put the Tennessee Titans on the clock. I'm in the talkSPORT war room, the draft war room tonight. You're going to be hearing from me throughout, don't worry, with some hot takes, some interesting analysis from the conversations we had pre-game as well, with a host of writers, reporters. But Will, we're nearly there, where the draft is about to get underway.
Lil Wayne's just turned up on the stage, by the way, also riding a bike. If people aren't familiar, this is the brilliant pre-season workout. We'll talk about it in a minute, but let's go to the Commissioner.
Oh, boy.
Okay, welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. People said that Green Bay was too small for this, with a population of 107,000. But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days. the next 3 days, we will welcome in the next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews, Jordy Nelson, Mason Crosby, Amon Green, James Jones, and Packer superfan Lil Wayne.
I'm going to go off script here real quick, Roger, but I just got off the phone with the President, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises. So let me tell you what it reads here, all right? It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck! Let's go! Go Pack! I'm sorry, Roger, I'm sorry.
Wow. That's a first. That's the red meat being thrown out here in the dairy world.
Okay, Green Bay. It's time to get the show started. Are you ready? The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Oh, there we have it. There we have it. We're only 7 minutes late. That's not too bad this year. Roger Goodell riding out onto the stage with a bunch of Green Bay legends. Clay Matthews claiming he's just been on the phone with Donald Trump to mixed reviews, but claiming the Bears suck. Obviously got an absolutely huge response. Rog gets booed, and the draft is well and truly finally here, Dawn.
I mean, I wasn't expecting something like that from Clay Matthews at the beginning. We were expecting the boos, we were expecting the crowd to go wild when there's a Bears reference, obviously being in Green Bay. But I must say that if you had money on a Trump reference from Clay Matthews early on in the draft, then you might be a rich man, because I'm not sure they would have been betting that.
I'm not going to lie. I would, if there's a player on that stage, I would have expected it from Clay Matthews. Probably would have been one of one on that list. But look, that is a wonderful tradition, and I love that they're bringing that little bit of flavour of Green Bay to it. People aren't familiar with it during training camp. The stadium which we're seeing in the background there, Lambeau Field, is a stone's throw. It's a 2-3 minute walk away from their training ground, and they change and they get ready at the stadium. Then they travel over to the training ground, and local kids turn up with their bikes, and the players jump on the bikes and cycle on the local kids' bikes to the stand. And it's like a real honour for the local kid who turns up with their little BMX to get Clay Matthews or, Jordan Love or whoever to jump on a bike and do it. So it's nice to bring that little bit of flavour in. Absolutely love that. The Titans are on the clock. I can see that we're keeping a little eye as well on that trade situation with the Browns potentially going down to 5. What's that you're seeing from Diana Rossini as well?
The Denver Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10, which is from 20 quite the attempt to try and get that high. Even in a draft like this, that's going to cost you a lot, and that might be then a double trade down. If the Browns do then trade with the Jags to 5, maybe they'll trade back again to 20. And I was wondering, why would the Browns trade out of drafting a player like Travis Hunter? Well, it's to accumulate 2026 draft capital. So maybe, we could see a double trade down here from the Browns and really going to ham on that quarterback class next year.
It's interesting. Not only is it the great quarterback class potentially next year, and there is a list of sort of 15 quarterbacks floating out there who could all get drafted in the first 3 rounds. And, yes, people are excited about the Arch Mannings of this world, etc. But there is a lot of talent potentially in that draft. But it's not just that. It's also the further along in the Deshaun Watson deal they get, the better their cap situation situation gets, the more they can rebuild. And actually, as much as Andrew Berry is the man who made that terrible, terrible decision with the ownership's push or whatever else it might have been, they have stuck with him. They have stuck with the front office and with the coaching staff as well. And so if they're going to be allowed to rebuild this, maybe they're saying, look, we've got the number 2 overall pick, and Travis Hunter yes, he's a very, very special player, but let's go and make sure that we can compete within the next 5 years. And the way to do that is to go and get... My problem with it is that, okay, that's great in theory, but you had a very big opportunity to make a move to make this happen a couple of months ago, and instead you threw the biggest contract in NFL history for a non-quarterback at Myles Garrett instead. Myles Garrett would have got you 2 first-round picks, would have set you up for the future, and you went, no, do you know what? That's not the move we want to make, but we will go and trade out of getting a guy who is potentially as special as Myles Garrett, and you're also going to get for 4 years on a rookie deal.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Obviously, teams don't want to trade away their best players, especially someone like Myles Garrett, who is arguably the best player in the league, pound for pound. So I'm with you there. I didn't really think that makes sense. I think it's, unfortunately, as is always the case with these things, the human element comes in. As a general manager, it's pretty hard to keep your job if you're going to get rid of your best players and then roll into a season going, yeah, we're just going to burn this whole season, actually. Let's accrue 2026 capital. That's all well and good, but you might not be the person making that pick in 2026, which is always the risk. When we saw the Titans fire their general manager last season after a very short stint, so it's a fickle league. So I think it's quite bold to try and kick the can that far down the road. But if you've got the job security, I like Kevin Stefanski as a head coach. I can see a world in which he can develop a young quarterback nicely. So it just depends if they're still going to be there at 2026. Can they survive a 2-win season, 3-win season? It's easy now to say maybe, but when that rolls around and the fans start getting antsy, I don't know.
Well, look, we'll see if they do trade away that pick, but it is sounding increasingly likely. We will keep an eye across social media and update you as soon as that happens, and across the broadcast as well. Let's talk about who we're expecting to go number 1 overall, though, first. And let's talk about the Tennessee Titans, because look, the Titans' moves this offseason suggested they were looking quarterback. They go and they add not only at wide receiver, but the offensive line in particular. Paid Dan Moore a lot of money to play left tackle. Go get Kevin Zeitler, who's obviously a multi-year, previous Pro Bowl level player who's really going to shore up the middle of that line as well. They are setting up to try and make sure that, with Brian Canahan, with his dad there as well as one of the great offensive line coaches, that they can tee up to put Cam Ward in the best situation possible to succeed. Yes, their wide receiver room is aging, I think it's fair to say, with Calvin Ridley and now bringing in Tyler Lockett as well. But with the pick in and with Cam Ward expected to be announced any moment, what do you make of this young man out of Miami?
So the biggest strength for Cam Ward is that he's a playmaker. And he's got that kind of Josh Allen mentality, that big game hunting play style. When the chips are down, Cam Ward can make a play. He was second in big time throws in college football this year. Big time throw is a tight window throw deep down the field, a field flipping throw, if you will. And he's got the arm strength to match, right? He can make every throw in the book from different arm angles, and as a result, he can threaten every blade of grass on a football field, which stresses defenses and can open up the offensive playbook. He's also got a really unique play style. He's incredibly relaxed and poised in the pocket. It's kind of like almost that Aaron Rodgers-esque. He's just kind of surveying it. And what's great about Cam Ward, my favorite thing, is that he can snap from a passer to a rusher and vice versa in the blink of an eye. He'll tuck the ball, look to scramble, will have his eyes back up, and will just torch the defense who've all started to come downhill expecting the QB run. Now, the weaknesses is also the strength there. That big game hunting play style inevitably comes with turnovers. Often Cam Ward is digging himself out of a hole he put the team in. There's a game against Cal where he was rolling to his right through a crossbody prayer across his left. It resulted in a pick six. Now, they did eventually win that game, but Cam Ward put them multiple scores down because of that. And there is also obviously the competition level. He started at Incarnate Word, an FCS school, then moved to Washington State in the Pac-12, and then Miami in the ACC. Not exactly the strengths.
Well, let's go, because the pick is in, and Tennessee, we're expecting Cam Ward to be announced.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Look, absolutely the pick that we expected to happen at number 1 overall. Cam Ward is a member of the Tennessee Titans, replacing the quarterback they took in the second round just 2 years ago in Will Levis. He slots into that system, and for everything that you've just been saying there, Dom, for a guy who is a loose passer, who is very instinctive, does have potentially those footwork concerns, does have that element of how well does he read the pocket, how well does he move in the pocket, but you do feel like going to the Callahans as it is. Let's present it the way it is. Brian and his dad feels like the right sort of fit for him. They are trying to set him up to succeed, and I think Tennessee, as much as he might not be, if he was in last year's draft with those top 6 players, maybe he wouldn't have been picked in the top 10, maybe he'd been the 3rd or 4th guy off the board. But I think they've had the best possible situation for them, and I think this guy can be their starter at quarterback for the next decade plus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has the physical traits to rival those top guys that we mentioned as well. And so, yeah, Cam Ward definitely is a quarterback to watch out for in the coming years.
It's happening. It is happening. Will Varney has just shouted in my ear, trade. Have we got the information, Will? Have they come up with who has moved up to 2 with the Cleveland Browns?
Yes, I have some information for you, Will. Goodness me. The Browns and the Jaguars in a huge trade. The Browns will receive the 5th overall pick, the 36th overall pick, the 126th overall pick, and a 2026 first rounder.
They did get a first rounder.
They got a first rounder.
Wow. Oh.
And the Jaguars move up to 2nd overall. Wow.
I mean, firstly, let's talk about that compensation. The Browns picking up an extra first next year. Jacksonville, I think, being in the AFC South, have a good floor. You know, there's every chance that pick, with bringing Travis Hunter in and with a number of picks still available in this draft, could be at 20 plus. They could be a playoff team this year, right? So maybe they're feeling like that's not going to be an end of the world to give that pick up. The question is that James Gladstone's just come in from the Rams. You've got Liam Cohen, who's just come in from the Bucks. You've got Tony Baselli, who's in a front office job for the first time in his career. And these 3 absolute rookies have gone, here are my chips, let's go all in on Travis Hunter.
And if there's any player to go all in on, it is Travis Hunter. And there's the famous quote when it comes to the draft. Draft good football players. And Travis Hunter is arguably the best football player in this draft class. And also it's spoken about with other GMs that you just want to hit home runs when you can, right? Don't pass up the home run. Take the easy runs if they're there, but the home runs, you've got to hit them. Again, Travis Hunter is the very definition of a home run in this draft class. He's so talented, can play 2 different positions, and he is just a generational player. That term gets whipped around way too often these days in the draft community. Travis Hunter is the definition of a generational player, if not even more than that. When have we actually seen a player, apart from Deion Sanders, that can genuinely play both ways?
The question is, you have to imagine with Liam Cohen there, that they are going to be offering another weapon. That's what it feels like. It feels like we have to get success from Trevor Lawrence. They are definitely looking at running back later in this draft as well. Yeah. Like Travis Etienne doesn't appear to be the player du jour there, and there was some talk about them maybe taking Genty if they ended up landing at 5. But right now, Brian Thomas Jr., sensational last year, probably the best wide receiver coming out of last year's draft. But beyond that, De'Ami Brown, nice role player this year. Let's hear first of all from Tennessee Titans #1 overall pick Cam Ward.
#1 overall pick. How does this moment feel to you?
It's special. God did everything for me. Him, myself, and my family. And I'm just blessed to be here. I'm ready to get to work with the Titans, with my teammates, and I'm just ready to get the process going.
We've seen you playing football, playing catch in the back all night long. You're staying loose. How ready are you to get to Tennessee and show them what you got?
Well, I'm ready. That's all I've been dreaming for. It was an opportunity to play in the National Football League, and they blessed me with it. So I'll make sure they get everything I got.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Cam Ward, the #1 overall pick for the Tennessee Titans. But I'm sorry, Titans. Immediately the shine is off you and onto an AFC South rival in the Jacksonville Jaguars, because we are going to be getting the 2nd overall pick coming to London this year. It's going to be Travis Hunter, I'm sure of it. My question was, is he going to go there? Is he going to play wide receiver with Trevor Lawrence? They do have a need at corner in quite a big way as well. But I don't know, with Liam Cohen, with everything else there, this definitely feels like he's going to be announced as a wide receiver.
Absolutely. And what's interesting with Travis Hunter is the debate about which one will he play full-time. Will he play cornerback full-time, or will he play wide receiver full-time? I personally previously was he's got to play cornerback, because you can play some wide receiver and play full-time cornerback. It's very difficult to play part-time cornerback with all of the playbook knowledge that has to come with it, all of the physical demands of that position. But actually, you can have specific third down packages for Travis Hunter to come on the field if you do want to have him as a full-time wide receiver. Now, I wouldn't put him on the field in, 4th and 3rd and short situations. You don't want to have him exposed to a crack toss to Derek Henry, for example, your star player. But he could definitely come on the field in those key third downs. He could still make a play on that side of the ball, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. You get the value of both positions for Travis Hunter. But yeah, wide receiver for the Jags, I would bank on it 100%.
It's astonishing, honestly. Liam Cohen comes in as the very much hot property. Under a little bit of a cloud, it's fair to say, with the way that he left Tampa Bay. We had Tony Baselli on the day after he joined, and don't get me wrong, I'm going to be texting Tony during the next break to find out how this all came together. Whether he'll give us a comment or not, we'll have to wait and find out. But look, from my perspective, I say this already, Liam Cohen excites me a lot, right? I loved what he did with Tampa Bay last year. I think he is the right man to get the best out of Trevor Lawrence. I do think with the options, with going out and getting experience at center and at guard, with Anton Harrison going into year 3 expected to take a step up, they should be an offense who takes a big step forward because the scheme and the players allows them to do so. It just feels so huge for them to make such a massive call on their first draft. And you see them all clapping each other's backs, and Tony Khan's in there as well as the analytics guy, and Shad Khan's in there, and they're all having a lovely time. This is a wonderful, wonderful pick. I absolutely love it. But that first rounder to move up 3 spots does sting a little bit if you're a Jags fan, surely. Right, let's go and let's hear if it is Travis Hunter who's going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL. I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, Duval. I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
Said both.
He did. He said wide
both.
Receiver, defensive back. You are right, Don Corbett. He did say both because the man can play both. He is the best cornerback in this draft. He is the best wide receiver in this draft. He is the best player in this draft. I think he's the best player I've watched coming out of college football as a fan of the NFL, and particularly as someone going out and scouting players in the draft for a decade plus. The more I think about this, the more I get excited about the idea of him coming to London this year, the more I get excited about seeing Travis Hunter in teal, and not on a team that I'm not a huge fan of, but a team that I love. Their dedication to London, their dedication to the fans out here. I am hyped for Travis Hunter being a Jacksonville Jaguar. Do you know what? I think he's going to prove to be worth that first round pick. I really do.
I mean, not just Jags fans should be hyped. The league should be hyped. This guy's going to be box office television every time he steps on the field. And again, that can be on either side of the football. I mean, I'll talk about him as a wide receiver primarily here, because we imagine that's what he's going to play primarily in Jacksonville. He is such a nuanced route runner. Earlier, I was talking about how he just understands how cornerbacks play the game because he is a cornerback himself. He's attacking the DB's blind spot. He's using head fakes, tempo changes. His game IQ is off the charts, genuinely. He's got fantastic ball skills again for a wide receiver. And his agility is also so elite, even compared to wide receivers, and just that alone is going to play at the next level. My pro comparison of him as a wide receiver is Garrett Wilson, that really shifty receiver that can win with that agility and that route running and that game IQ, and he's just going to play straight out the gate. And I wonder what number he's going to wear, how many snaps he's going to get at each position. That's what you get when you draft a player like Travis Hunter. You get eyes on your football team, you get talent wanting to play there, and he's a tone-setting player right out the gate.
Dual threat in Duval, absolutely sensational. I'm so hyped for this pick. And look, Garrett Wilson's a great shout for a comp. I want to be really clear on this. Like, when I watch this guy, and you can always, what I'll always say about when I go and watch players when I'm scouting ahead of the draft, like, I am not someone who can be a talent evaluator. I'm not someone who can sit there and see someone with traits and say, here's where I expect them to be in 4 years' time. I don't have that expertise. I'm not that level of guy. There are people who have spent 20, 30 years developing that skill, right? I'm not claiming to be that at all. When I watch the way this guy moves, when I watch the way he picks the ball up, let's go. Let's hear from the man right now before I tell you about that.
In a long time. What is happening in your heart right now?
I'm just super excited. I get to go back home, but I also, somewhere I wanted to play, and I'm so excited that they picked me.
The Jacksonville Jaguars just traded up to get your services to their team. What conversations have you had with them with how you are going to be used in the NFL?
The crazy part is I had no conversation with them outside of the combine, so I didn't know what to expect, and I'm excited that they came and picked me. I wanted to cry, but I can't cry right now because I'm too excited.
We can feel that. Congratulations, Travis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Absolutely love that. This is a guy from West Palm Beach, Florida, who is going back to Florida. And genuinely, you can feel it from him there, right? That level of excitement that some team has come up and actually spent that money. You've seen him. He is up on this stage in this brilliant pink suit and black shirt combination. He bounded down that hallway to go and accept the cap from Roger Goodell and to wave to the fans. As he ran down, he slapped the Jacksonville sign as he went past it, like he was leaving the tunnel at Anfield and hitting the "You'll Never Walk Alone." He absolutely loved it. We're seeing footage of the people of Jacksonville at a draft party having an absolute whale of a time. This is a baller move from 3 rookies at their position, just going out and going, we're going to do something big. And now the New York Giants not only on the clock, but the pick is in as well. This draft already showing out.
It could be Abdul Carter. That's who you expect it to be at this point, with obviously Cam Ward and Travis Hunter gone. So we have had whilst we have had a trade and a different team select Travis Hunter, but the expected draft order, as people predicted it, is still on, even though we have had that trade with Abdul Carter, but probably, I would say, going 3 here.
I didn't actually finish telling you my thoughts on Travis Hunter. Genuinely, what I see as an upside, and I'm talking year 1 upside. He could finish this year if he plays corner as the third best corner in the NFL behind Pat Surtain and Christian Gonzalez. I think he's that level of corner. And he goes into the NFL as potentially a top 10 wide receiver. And if you told me he had the upside of Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or, the guys who are changing the way the position is played, I would believe you. I believe he is there.
Well, as a Texans fan, I don't appreciate that Derek Stingley erasure, but I do agree. He is
that's fair. I'll hold my hands up because I love Derek Stingley.
He's just that talented. And I think the biggest thing is that you're also getting a force multiplier now on the offense. You've got Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter, I think, is one of the best 1-2 duos in the NFL right away. And we're still waiting to see what we were expecting from Trevor Lawrence, who obviously they took with the first overall pick many years ago now. So not only is it a great pick in terms of the talent that you're adding, but your whole offense just got better as a result of it.
Now, fascinating situation that is developing with the New York Giants, because we never really got to discussing it, but for me, there are, and I think for most people, you talk about kind of blue chip players in this draft. Oh, let's head over because we're getting this New York Giants pick immediately.
The New York Giants select Abdul Carter, defensive end, Penn State.
There we have it. Abdul Carter, defensive end out of Penn State, is a New York Giant. Now, this is, Dom, one of those blue chip players, which is what I was going on to say. But I think my only concern with this pick, as brilliant as he is that you're going to want him on the field for 70-80% of snaps, and he is a pure edge pass rusher. Mm-hmm. Do you know what? I've seen people try and talk about this like it's going to be that late 2010, that late 2000s, early 2010s team that beat Tom Brady twice in a Super Bowl, that was Osi Umenyiora, that was Justin Tuck, and of course Michael Strahan. The problem with that is that Justin Tuck was a guy who could play inside and out. Brian Burns doesn't play inside and out. He plays purely as an outside edge rusher. And, as how you want to rate his career as it's been so far or not, Kayvon Thibodeau is a pure outside pass rusher. I feel like this might not be the last bit of business the Giants do today, and there's going to be somebody on the block because I don't think you have 3 pure edge guys in that scheme.
No, and Kayvon Thibodeau is obviously the odd man out there. They only acquired Brian Burns last year, and obviously someone like Abdul Carter, you want that guy on the field every single down. You're not taking him off to put Kayvon Thibodeau back on the field. But what's also good about this draft class is that you can get a run-stuffing defensive tackle if you want to later in the draft. It's a good and deep defensive tackle class. So I completely love this pick. The Abdul Carter pick is just absolutely fantastic. I mean, the Micah Parsons comps are no hyperbole with him. He really is that good, that quick. He had the fastest get-off in terms of his acceleration in a pass rush. It was faster than any Micah Parsons acceleration. It was faster than any Saquon Barkley acceleration this year in the league. He is so quick. And that immediately, day one, is going to translate to the league. And this guy is going to be terrorizing not just the quarterbacks within his division, but the whole league.
He comes out onto the stage in a long black suit, wearing, he's got grills in, he's got bling around his neck, he's holding up that number 1 New York Giants jersey, that famous blue. And look, Penn State, when it comes to this position, I own a number 11 Penn State jersey because of Navarro Bowman, because as a 49ers fan, when I went to Penn State, that's the jersey I ended up buying. He comes through that same tradition that also saw Micah Parsons play that number, that also saw Navarro Bowman play that number. And look, like I say, taking best player available is the best way to approach the draft, right? And he was the best player left on the board. I'm not denying that. It just wasn't a position of need. But if you're saying to me, we get to see Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Sexy Dexy all on the field at the same time with Dexter Lawrence as well, all right, I'm in. You've sold me. They've got a lot of work still to do in this draft, but it's a great pick.
And they've got other really good young defensive players on that roster too. Tyler Nubin, they've got Deontay Banks, they've got Drew Phillips, and now they also added Javon Holland in free agency. So that defense is looking really good. Yes, quarterback, definitely a big question mark. But what's interesting with the Giants is they've been really doing their homework with Shedeur Sanders. They invited him back for an extra interview, which they did, or rather they flew out to Colorado, I think, to have that with him. What that suggests to me is some division within the building, right? Everyone wants to make sure they're making the right decision here. Everyone wants to talk to these quarterbacks. So I don't think that the Giants are done 100% yet with picking in the first round, because they are definitely a team that we could see trading back up into the later rounds to try and draft that quarterback.
Will Gavin, alongside me, Dom Corbett, covering the NFL Draft for talkSPORT 2, and we're also live on talkSPORT Endzone, our official NFL YouTube channel. Matt gets in touch, says, wow, huge for the Browns. This is about that trade down from 2. Jesus, what a haul from Cleveland, says the Bubba King. Mega deal for the Browns. Let's hear from Abdul Carter, the new man in New York.
The New York City market has made to you.
Yeah, I love it. I appreciate New York. They get everything out of me. I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful to have this opportunity.
In what ways are you going to make this Giants defense incredible?
Just being myself, just being incredible. That's what I am. That's what I do. That's what I've been doing my whole life in New York. I'm coming. Y'all going to get the best out of me.
Got a great smile, Abdul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
There we have it. we missed it there, but at the beginning of that interview, Jamie Erdal happened to mention that he's a Philly native. I'm like, don't get him down with the Giants crowd from day one.
Well, he said already that if he gets drafted by the Giants, he's going to forget about Philadelphia entirely and be a Giant already. So I think he played his cards right there by burning Philadelphia already and committing to the Big Blue.
Yeah, absolutely love that. Will Varney is with us as well. Producer Will Varney put up his sexy graphic on the YouTube channel, Tommy. Will, how are we doing, buddy?
Yeah, all good. I just wanted to put a point to you guys. Obviously, the pick already in for the New England Patriots at 4. But I think, interestingly enough, now, with the pick being in, we're still waiting to see who they've chosen with that selection. A lot of people expecting it probably to be an offensive tackle. But the Cleveland Browns are on the clock with the 5th overall pick right now. Do you think they stay and pick at 5, or do you think they try and trade out of 5 again and maybe have a bit of a larger haul?
Well, if the Broncos are serious about trading up, I mean, from inside the top 10 is one thing, inside the top 5 is another from 20. But I do think that if there are some players like maybe the offensive linemen, then teams might be ringing. But it's hard now. The best 2 players have gone in terms of Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter, I think.
Well, because I'm just looking at it, Will, right now. Potentially, you have the option of taking Ashton Genty, and we know that the Browns are trying to restock. They gave up so much for Deshaun Watson, but right now I look at it and think, does anyone want to trade up with them to maybe snatch Genty? Is this a case for maybe Chicago, where Chicago might look at jumping up from 10? Because like you say, Dom, to jump up from 20, where the Broncos are, to 5 is a bit steep. So I'm just looking at maybe those teams around that, maybe the Cowboys at 12 if they wanted to be aggressive, but maybe Chicago at 10 could be the move if there was to be somebody who wanted that 5th overall pick right now.
In the chat on talkSPORT Endzone, where we are live streaming this watch along, that's EFFFFF Dallas. I want to be very clear on that. No stars in there. Suggested, because we were hearing that noise that the Broncos were trying to get into the top 10. Maybe they're the ones looking to get up to 5, and maybe it is Ashton Genty they've got their eye on, because that for me is the tier, right? It's Abdul Carter, it's Travis Hunter, it's Ashton Genty. The difference is that, and I completely understand why people draft like this, right? Is that when you look at the positions this year that have depth and quality, running back, tight end, interior line on both sides of the ball. And I think to an extent, both defensive tackles and guards and centres are starting to get more valued, and you're starting to see those contracts get pushed up. But teams, if you don't think that teams think about this, when they look at it and they say, look, if I want to trade, I've got the opportunity to trade Ted McMillan at 10 or a tight end. Well, I'm getting a wide receiver who's going to be earning $35 million a year in 4 years' time for $5 million a year versus a tight end who's going to be earning $20 million less than that. They do think in those terms. They think about how it's going to affect their cap. They think about how that's going to affect them moving forward. And so that's why running backs are devalued to an extent, because there isn't that second contract value. There isn't that big saving in terms of cap. I just think Ashton Genty is special enough that someone would move up for him.
And I was just going to cut in, Dom, and just say this running back class has had a lot of attention. The fact that people are talking about Amari and Hampton maybe going in the mid to early 20s. You've got the likes of Quinshon Judkins, Trayvon Henderson, people have discussed as maybe a first rounder as well. So this is a deep class. But like you say, when you have a blue chip caliber player of Ashton Genty's build, maybe you do need to take him within the top 10 because he's probably not going to fall.
Yeah, I don't think he'll fall. But with regard to the pay scale, so at the 5th overall pick, if you took Ashton Genty, he would be the 6th highest paid running back. If you took someone like a Mason Graham, he'd be the 33rd highest paid interior defense.
Let's see who the Patriots are taking at 4 overall.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
I think this was pretty expected. Will Campbell taken at tackle regularly. This has been if one of those 2 blue chip players wasn't going to slide to them, as was projected early on, this was often the pick. The big question with Will Campbell and the New England Patriots is he going to play inside to start his career? A lot of talk about his arm length, a lot of talk about it not being beyond that 34 inches that people like to see in an offensive tackle. So to take him at 4 overall, surely you want to be going and getting yourself a nice blue chip left tackle with that sort of pick.
Well, I imagine that's how the Patriots and Mike Vrabel see Will Campbell, to draft him this early. You're not drafting a player at 4 to play him at guard, I don't think. Now, Mike Vrabel at the Titans previously, he did also draft Peter Skronsky, who did end up kicking into guard. But for me, Will Campbell, it's as simple as this with his arm length. He has been a rock-solid left tackle now for 3 years, and the arm length has not really been an issue up until it got measured. So for me, I would definitely start Will Campbell at left tackle. But why I love this player so much is because even if the worst happens and you have to move him to guard, you're going to get a damn good guard as well. And the Patriots need left side offensive linemen. Arman Meimu, another great prospect, has only ever played right, going all the way back to his high school days. Will Campbell, you got Onwenu at right guard for the Patriots. You've got Morgan Moses at right tackle. They need a left tackle, and that is Will Campbell. In my opinion, I had Will Campbell as my 7th ranked player in this draft. I think he's really good. Arm length be damned. I think you're getting a fantastic player, and one which is going to protect Drake May and again help the rest of that offense be a lot better.
I'm a huge fan of it. What I will say from a fit perspective, because what I want to see the New England Patriots do, as much as, if Abdul Carter had fallen to them, yes, it's very exciting to go and get yourself a pass rusher. But Drake May, now, this is the point in the night where it's probably too early for us to be doing this, that we should admit that we sat here last year and basically said that we didn't like the order that the quarterbacks went off the board. And maybe we suggested that the guy who went on to become Rookie of the Year had some very high bust potential. And maybe we both agreed on that.
And that's the power of AI. That wasn't us.
But I still hold that I would... watching the first season in the league, Drake May would still be the top of my quarterback board. He is the guy for me who is the most potential for long-term success, and the Patriots need to look after him. They gave up a league-high 40.7% pressure rate in 2024. Campbell is quick. He has great short area quickness. He is... we're going to hear from him now, and then we'll talk more about him.
New England Patriots, you haven't stopped smiling since you heard your name. What's behind that smile?
Man, just all the hard work.
Congratulations.
I've worked my entire life to be up here, to be able to get my name called by a franchise like New England. It means everything to me.
We can feel that. We absolutely can feel that, Will. You are brought to New England to protect Drake May. What kind of tone are you going to set on this offensive line?
I'm going to fight and die to protect them with everything I've got.
Congratulations, Will.
I appreciate it.
Look, if you want an idea of, he was described there by a friend of the show as Mr. Louisiana. This is a guy who, outside of those measurables, he's got that quickness. He started 38 straight games at left tackle. He was the starting reps at left tackle from his first day of training camp as a freshman. And there is a tradition at LSU of the number 7 jersey. It started with Patrick Peterson in 2008. And when you think about who's been drafted that's played that number in the NFL, it's an insane list of guys. The last 2 years, they've given that number 7 to a left tackle because he's that explosive. There was a little bit of me that was desperate for him to tumble as a 49ers fan because everyone was talking so much about the measurables and the defensive players and people trading up and everything else. He was the guy I wanted more than anyone else, and I would have even traded into the top 10 for him. I love that the Patriots have picked him there.
Well, what's a better number to wear at college? 7 at LSU or 11 at Penn State?
That's there we go.
At this point.
Hot number chat. That is what you get here on talkSPORT 2 with our coverage of the draft. And talking of numbers, the Cleveland Browns at 5 haven't managed to trade back out, and the pick is in. So they get a second. It was the second round of this year.
Yep.
So they're getting the 36th overall pick from the Jaguars. I think it was the 5th round of this year, and it was next year's first.
Yeah.
They lose Travis Hunter. Who are they going to take here? Do they take Ashton Genty? They need a running back to replace Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Do they take Mason Graham, the sub-pass rusher, who everyone had going at 5 to the Jags in the first place? So basically everyone's boards would be exactly the same. The Raiders would love it, by the way. Do they go and help their offensive line with Membu? What direction do we think they go in here?
I feel like with where they're at as a team and what they want to do going forward, I feel like they'll take Ashton Genty here and feel pretty good about it.
Well, let's find out. Roger Goodell, tell us, sir.
NFL draft. The Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Wow.
There we go. I said it. Could it be defensive tackle out of Michigan, Mason Graham? And look, I said to you earlier on in this, Dom, you are, for me, you're the expert in this situation. I'm the guy who can look at the teams, who can look at the needs and everything. But I have some Mason Graham thoughts.
Let's hear it.
I don't dislike the player. I hate him at 5 overall.
Really?
I really what's happened here is that defensive inside sub-pass rushers who you used to get somebody at 20 to 25 who would play 40% of the snaps for you but be really explosive on those, and people would go, oh, they've got themselves a bit of a steal there, have become so inflated they've been pushed into being a top 5 pick, and suddenly you've got a guy who isn't going to be on the field for you that often. They're calling him a run game mauler here. That's not what I saw on film. I think he's really weak in the run game. I am concerned about his ability to be on the field for enough snaps to justify not taking Travis Hunter and getting all those picks back for him.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair with the run game mauler. I don't think he is a run game mauler. What I think you are getting, though, is I think you're getting a really, really good interior pass rusher, which when you've got Myles Garrett coming off one side and you're getting more favourable matchup as a result of their sliding protection towards him, if it's going to be that's who's getting chipped, then Mason Graham has a really flexible, he moves really well for his size. I compare Mason Graham to a human XL bully. He's like shorter, thicker, bigger, and he is just absolutely fantastic. I think was previously a wrestler as well, really flexible with that wrestling background. And I even saw this guy try and pull a spin move on film, and it actually worked once or twice. And I might try and do it a few too many times. He's not an edge rusher. He tries to play like it occasionally. But I with Genty on the board, I think maybe that's where I personally would have gone. And I hear yours and other people's thoughts that maybe Mason Graham's being slightly overrated, but we'll see.
My point is that I like him, but I just don't like him at that point when you've given up a generational player. And I'm not so sure that Stefanski doesn't feel the same as me based on what we're seeing in the Cleveland Browns Raw Room on the coverage. You are listening to the NFL Draft First Round live here on talkSPORT 2, exclusive to UK radio. And also you can watch the Watchalong on our YouTube channel. Check it out at talkSPORT End Zone. Loving the comments coming in here. The Bubba King is really disappointed, one of the ones who've been regularly getting in touch with us, because he was desperate for an SEC defensive player apparently to end up in Miami. So he's still got his hope for Malachi Starks in the chat there. Mason Graham off the board. The Las Vegas Raiders on the board. What of all those things that Pete Carroll been tweeting out? What do they actually mean? We'll find out up next here on talkSPORT.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
Back with the NFL Drive live here on talkSPORT 2. Will Gavin alongside me, draft expert Dom Corbett. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders at 6 overall. Let's head over and hear from Rog.
2025 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
I think that was as nailed on as a pick could have been if he fell to them. And don't get me wrong, this is a Las Vegas Raiders team who have needs across the board, but you do get yourself a very special player at 6.
A very special player. I mean, he was arguably the best player in college football this year. He had 2,595 rush yards, led the country. 6.9 yards per attempt, led the country. This is my favorite stat of Ashton Genty. He had 1,970 yards after contact. If you took his yards after contact stat, and just made it its own running back. Ashton Genty, after contact, will have the second most rush yards in college football last year. He is that good. Broke the record for missed tackles forced, broke the record for yards after contact. He's got elite contact balance. Alvin Kamara is the only player that I can think of that can even come close to him. This guy can get hit 5 yards laterally and just stay on his feet and keep running. He's so explosive, so creative, so well-rounded. And Pete Carroll is the oldest head coach in the NFL. He's not going to draft a player to sit around and wait 2, 3, 4 years to develop. Ashton Genty immediately makes your football team better. Now, there is an argument, I think, though, with Genty at 6 for the Raiders. They do have a good offensive line, but they don't really have anyone else apart from Brock Bowers in the passing game. So I wonder if Genty might be slightly limited there by not going to a more well-rounded team. But that's what you get when you're going to be drafted highly or not going to go to a team like that.
Yeah, and I think the Raiders, for being in one of the toughest divisions in football, of course, in the AFC West, like the Chiefs are expected to be a contender as Genty comes out to the stage. Those dreadlocks, those glasses, he lifts Goodell off the ground with a huge hug and holds it for a very, very long time. A huge moment for this young man out of Boise. Huge fan of the player, but I was a little bit disappointed by some of the defensive talent they lost this offseason. I think they were a team who were much better on defense than I think people realised last year, and had some good young players coming through and some good potential there. But Geno Smith is a huge upgrade for me. And obviously going and matching up with Pete Carroll works. Chip Kelly coming back in from college as just a purely offensive coordinator, not having to concentrate on all the head coaching side of things. He feels like a guy who needed that opportunity again to go and present himself. They are going to have a whale of a time working with Genty, right? This is the perfect person for them. I think you are right. The one thing they need to do is now go and try and, with Devontae Adams out of town, with Michael Mayer not really working out as they wanted him to, That's the big thing.
What makes you a headliner for the Las Vegas Raiders?
I mean, you've seen it, the energy, you've seen the dance moves. I'm ready to go entertain each and every week on Sunday.
The commissioner of the NFL just picked you up in that hug. Is that the last man that's going to try to tackle you in the NFL?
Nah, I don't think so.
Congratulations, Ashton.
Thank you.
Love that. Ashton Genty, loads of energy, absolutely loving life. And it means that top tier of guys pretty much is off the board. And actually, as much as the trade was the thing that made the early part of this draft tasty, now is the point where I think we start to get into the unpredictable realms. I mean, all right, Jets at 7. We know that a lot of people have been projecting Meimu there, the right tackle. Maybe that does happen, and maybe we do stay pat with that. But 100% now things could start getting weird.
Yeah, this is the real meat and potatoes, I think, of this year's draft. And the Jets have their pick in now, and we'll kind of see where they're thinking about going. And really, as I said, depending on their direction here, you might see offensive linemen start to tumble now. Maybe teams like the 49ers get a bit antsy with all these tackles coming off the board earlier than perhaps expected. If it's Tyler Warren, then where does Colston Loveland go? So this now is really, I would say, where the draft kind of begins. We can let our hair down, and now we can really see where these more kind of fun, exciting, maybe unspoken about relative to those 4 big guys coming off the board now.
Let's go to Will Varney up in the talkSPORT war room, who is a Jets fan. How much are you sweating this pick right now?
I think the interesting part is I'm expecting offensive line. I think that makes the most sense. With Morgan Moses moving over to New England, there is a definite need at right tackle. It feels like Arman Meimu is the fit. I've seen in recent days Kelvin Banks out of Texas, the left tackle, being mocked in this position to the Jets. I just think that would be really strange for a tackle who has primarily played left tackle to move him to right tackle, a position he has not played. I think that would be really bizarre for me, regardless of whether you think he can play left tackle in the future. I think Meimu could be a nice bookend to 2 young tackles. Olu Fashanu taken in the first round pick last year. Meimu this year. You solidify that line. You have Elijah Vera-Tucker, John Simpson at left guard. You then have 2 centers scrapping it out really for that starting spot in Joe Tippmann and Josh Myers. So I think this team will be built in the trenches, which is what Aaron Glenn saw happen when he was in Detroit. And I think that's probably how this team will do it. They could surprise us, though. If they were to take Tyler Warren here, who has also been scouted as a potential name with the 7th overall pick, they have had all the talk last year about Brock Bowers, didn't they? They decided not to take him. He falls to Vegas, and we saw the season he had. I think this is too rich for Tyler Warren, in my opinion. too rich for a tight end. It's a deep tight end class. I think you can get a good name on day 2. I just think for me, the pick for me here has to be Arman Meimu, the right tackle out of Missouri. But these New York Jets, they like to throw up a surprise.
Well, what's funny is that everyone was saying maybe Shedeur Sanders to 3 for the Giants. No one's even thinking about Shedeur Sanders at this point. The Jets are definitely a team that know they have to take their medicine this year, and I agree. I think going tackle is a great way to go, but you just never know what the Jets are going to do. I personally love Tyler Warren. I would love to see him there, but I do think Arman Meimu would be my pick.
Well, from a Jets perspective, right, they take Zach Wilson with the number 2 overall pick back in 2021. And, okay, they now bring Justin Fields in, who I like it in terms of there is a potential upside there. We have seen him have some success in the NFL, if not a huge amount. And if he just ends up being a bridge guy, that contract is very 1-year built, right? It can be something you can get out of this year. I am slightly surprised that there's not more potential for them picking on the defensive side of the ball. Everyone's talking about a tackle, a guard, a tight end. You know, Aaron Glenn has come in. He's a man who knows defensive backs better than probably anyone in the NFL. There's nobody he clearly seems to fancy at this stage based on the noise that's coming out of there. But you've got to think that's got to be somewhere they need to build in this draft. So that's the only thing I'm thinking is there no thought that there's anything on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, that's the thing. Well, I think if Mason Graham had fallen to 7, that would have been very interesting for this front office to make a decision. I think pairing him alongside Quinnen Williams in the inside of that defensive line would be really difficult for offenses to sort of prepare for. I think that would be the interesting move, but Mason Graham off the board. I think this feels like it's going to be an offensive pick. That's where they really have to improve. I think, once again, it's a bit of a deep defensive tackle class. I think you can get somebody on day 2, and I think that's why here you have to go out and get your tackle. These 2 guys, Fashanu and Meimu for the future, that could be a real solid pairing for the future franchise.
Could Tetairoa McMillan come off the board here, the wide receiver?
Let's find out. Roger Goodell is in with the Jets pick.
NFL draft. The New York Jets select Arman Meimu, Missouri, tackle.
Listen, sometimes in life, what you expect to happen is what happens. At number 7 overall, the New York Jets do take Arman Meimu, 3-year starter out of Missouri, and a guy who they can just slot in and start day 1 at right tackle.
It just fits so well with where the Jets are as a team, as Will was saying. They're going to need a long-term answer at quarterback soon, but that's why it's good to draft offensive linemen now. These guys take 2, 3, maybe even 4 years to really get to their prime in the league, minimum of 1. And that means that if you're looking to draft a quarterback in 2026 or 2027, then you can put them behind a really good young offensive line. You've got Elijah Veritaki, you've got Olu Fashanu, you've got Joe Tippmann. You now have Arman Meimu. That's a really good young line. And Arman Meimu, man, he is just so strong. He's going to toss lighter edge rushers out of the club. When he latches onto you, he's not going to let go. He had the second most bench press reps at the combine this year with 31. He's got elite driving power in the run game. Really light on his feet, young, only turns 21, only allowed 9 pressures and 0 sacks this year. And interestingly, people are questioning if he's going to be a guard with that 6'4" height. For me, that just means he instantly wins that leverage battle. He is the low man inherently against some of these bigger edge rushers, and low man wins in the NFL and any level. It's just simply physics. And I think Arman Meimu is a very sensible, good long-term pick from the Jets.
I just wanted to quickly jump in there, Will, and just similar to what Dom said, I think what's good about this pick with Meimu is, you mentioned there, just solidifying the line with a bit of youth. But I think this is a team this year that is going to want to run the ball. You bring in Justin Fields as that dual threat quarterback. Previously there's been talk about Breece Hall's future and whether he could be somebody on the trade block, considering, he's a free agent come next year. But Aaron Glenn has mentioned that there are 3 running backs in this group who all have serious talent in terms of Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis. I think this is going to be a team that's running the ball. And when you bring in someone like Arman Meimu, young, tenacious in the run game as well, able to pull, move people, I think it's a really nice pick. I think it's the safe pick, and I think they've done the right thing. So I can't have any complaints.
One quick question.
Yeah.
Some noise out of New York that they're not Breece Hall fans. So I know Ashton Genty wasn't going to be available to you there, but considering that they've taken a big mauling right tackle, that offensive line is looking much improved, Any thought that, running back at the top of the second round, some big names coming through this year, like that you might go and do something splashy?
I think it's just a bit too rich for me with the other needs. They need, like you mentioned earlier, defensive tackle. That's a real need, especially with Javon Kinlaw moving on. They've brought in some depth guys, but no one of real quality. I think they also they need a tight end. There is absolutely no tight end on this roster other than Jeremy Ruckert, and no offense to Jeremy, but he's not going to be hanging around for much longer. In terms of, I think they need to put maybe that third round pick or maybe even that second round pick on a decent tight end in this draft. I just think for me, running back, especially, we mentioned it's a good class. I think it's just a little too rich to go that high. Look, they took 2 running backs last year in Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. That surprised some people. Would I be surprised if they traded Breece Hall? Yes, I would, considering all the talk of this so far.
But clearly
from Aaron
not
Glenn.
that surprised, because it doesn't sound like you would be.
No, I would be with Breece Hall. I think if you're talking like Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn have done previously about we're coming into this organisation to win, we don't need to rebuild. There's no rebuild going on. It's almost a retooling. Well, then you do not trade your running back who has been a key part of this offense the last 2 years when it's been pretty abysmal. I just think that would be a strange thing to do. I could understand it. I think it would just go against everything they've said. But, like you say, one to watch for sure over the next couple of days.
Right, a lot of chat going on in the chat on the YouTube channel, talkSPORT End Zone, so you can get involved there and watch this watch-along as much as I'm sure you are listening on talkSPORT 2 right now. The Panthers, there was some noise that they were going to trade out from this number 8 pick. They have got the pick in, and so we'll be getting to that momentarily. It means the Saints are on the clock. Could be a Sanders landing spot. We'll get into that, don't you worry, and we'll talk about this pick. I'm just going to run through what's happened to you in the draft so far, though, if you are just joining us. Cam Ward taken number 1 overall quarterback out of Miami to the Tennessee Titans. The Jacksonville Jaguars trade their second this year, plus a 5th, and their first next year, to go up to from 5 to 2 to pick Travis Hunter, the corner/wide receiver out of Colorado. Abdul Carter from Penn State goes to the Giants at 3. Will Campbell, the tackle from LSU, to the Patriots at 4. Mason Graham ends up at Cleveland Brown after they traded back to 5. And Ashton Genty is a Las Vegas Raider, and most recently Arman Meimu, the right tackle, to the New York Jets. Very funny tweet. Not intentionally, I don't think. From Warren Sharp, big football analyst, who says even if the Jaguars win the Super Bowl and the Browns only get the Jags' number 32 pick next year, Cleveland still wins this trade based on value by all measures. I reckon Jags fans might be all right with it if they win the Super Bowl next year. They might not be crying over that first pick lost.
F them picks, as Les Snead at the Rams said. You know, if you win a Super Bowl, no one cares. No one's keeping the receipts. So I think it's well worth it. It is worth it. And those kind of tweets at this point, when we have no idea what Travis Hunter's going to be like in terms of, well, we know he's going to be fantastic, but just how fantastic and the impact we don't know yet. It's premature, to say the least.
Absolutely bizarre, but there we go. I'm for it. I really am at this point. I know I ummed and ahed because it seemed rich at the time, but I am so on board with it, so here we are. Right, let's talk about the Carolina Panthers picking here at 8. They didn't trade back. I understand why they were looking at it. Their second-round pick comes from a trade with the Rams last year where they moved up in the draft, and so they don't pick again till 57 here, and then they've got a bunch of picks in the 4th and 5th round. You know, this is a team who need edge help, who need to... basically, if they picked the best defensive player on the board right now, I think most people would be fine with that. Of course, it'll be a Ted McMillan landing spot, could be the first wide receiver off the board as well. Where do we think this Panthers team is going to head?
So yeah, the Jets have a choice here. It's basically any defensive player, because this defense last year gave up the most points in NFL history, and literally talent-wise, it's just J.C. Horn and Derek Brown. They had the lowest pressure rate at 16.2%, so we'll see which direction they go in.
Let's hear from Mr. Goodell.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan. Wide receiver, Arizona.
I really enjoy that we sometimes catch Rich Eisen's response to this, because there was a little bit of surprise that it was the first wide receiver off the board, Ted McMillan, Arizona wide receiver, Dom.
I love Ted McMillan. I don't know when it became cool to not like this guy. He is so good.
Right. That is a thing, right?
Yeah.
Why do people... he is a big-bodied ex-receiver, which most teams in the NFL are desperate for, who wins on the outside for you. There aren't a lot of guys that do that. And, okay, he might not be as malleable as many of the receivers are in the NFL. You might not be lining him up in the slot and throwing teams off with that. But what you are going to do is you're going to put him on the outside and he's going to win against every corner in the league, pretty much.
Well, I think this is the crux of the issue with McMillan, is that he is a 6'4", 220-pound wide receiver, but he doesn't play like that in both the worst way and the best way possible. So he does play shorter than that, right? He's actually not that good at contested catches. He's not that good at boxing defenders out. Even though he profiles physically like a Mike Evans, I personally would not use him like that at all. He is at his best when he is running in breaking routes and can make yards after the catch and can force missed tackles. He's so good with the ball in his hands. Tetairoa McMillan is only just behind Malik Neighbors in terms of career yards after the catch. And you would not know that by looking at this guy. He is so damn good. I absolutely love him. And also, this is what's so interesting about the Panthers, is they had a choice here. Do they get any form of defensive juice, which they desperately need, or are they still going to continue to prioritize building around Bryce Young? I like Xavier Legette. I like Jalen Coker. I like Adam Thielen. Those are nice guys, but they're all wide receiver 2s, 3s at best. McMillan, in that Dave Canales offense with Bryce Young, could really help the Panthers offense immediately take another step this year, and you get even more out of the quarterback you just spent so much draft capital trying to acquire.
I guess that is the kind of question, is that you went wide receiver with Xavier Legette last year. You've gone back-to-back wide receivers in the first round. That is maybe the only question mark. And if you look historically over the last 5 or 6 years, yes, you have had guys who have gone high, who have succeeded. But again, with Brian Thomas last year, you go back to the Justin Jefferson draft. Time and time again, it's guys picked towards the end of the first, up at top of the second, who end up emerging as the top-tier guys. Those are my caveats, as much as I do like the guy on film.
I love McMillan. Those caveats are very fair. What I would say, though, is I think you can apply the sunk cost fallacy a bit here. You've seen what Legette is. I know it's only been a season, but he cost the Panthers 2 games with key drops, and he's not really going to be that receiver who is going to be that one guy. I think he might be a nice 1B to Tetairoa McMillan's 1A. Maybe you'll have McMillan more in the slot and you'll have Legette more out wide. But I just think that prioritize. It says a lot about what the Panthers are looking to do going forward with this draft pick.
We're heading over to hear from Tet McMillan now, or T-Mac.
Your heritage tonight. Why was this important to you?
Oh, man. Everything I do is not only to glorify him, the man above, but, to put on for my Polynesian people. So shout out to all my Polys, man. We did it.
You see this Panthers fan base right here. They got to...
Come on, man.
They got a big face of Bryce Young back there. What kind of magic are you guys going to make?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, the Cali connection will be something different, I promise.
Congratulations, Tetairoa.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's a Hawaii native, but out of California at high school. He was the Polynesian College Footballer of the Year last year. He is wearing some traditional Polynesian netgear. I do love bringing a little bit of that as well. And look, when we look at assessing players, I think Bryce Young has probably no more than any other player over the last few years gone, maybe don't rush it to judge me. Maybe give it a bit of time. By the way, the Saints pick is in at 9, so we'll be over to that shortly. But yeah, I like where this Dave Canales offense is going overall. I don't know. I felt like there were other receivers you could have found later on. I would have liked a defensive player there.
Yeah, you do have to wonder about what they've left on the board, right? The draft isn't just about the players you take, it's about the value you get them at and also who is on the board, which is why I kind of question the Browns passing on someone like Ashton Genty. It's not just as simple as the player you draft, you need the wider context there. And I do wonder if, because it might be a deeper defensive tackle class, they then try and get one in the second, or maybe they suspect one of those edge rushers, like maybe a Mike Green with the character concerns, maybe a James Pierce Jr. who's also slipping due to character concerns. Maybe they think they can pick one of those guys up later in the second round. And if they do, then that is a fantastic haul from the Panthers. If they can manage to get one of those guys that might slip into the second round, which if you're looking at Daniel Jeremiah's mocks or people that are more in the know, then that is definitely a possibility. So if that ends up happening, then the Panthers have played a blinder here.
Right. The New Orleans Saints have picked at number 9. The pick is in, and we have seen parading around Shedeur Sanders. They are getting a camera on him, and he is high-fiving guys, and he's giving people a lot of love. The current quarterbacks on their roster, Derek Carr, Ben DiNucci, Jake Haener, and Spencer Rattler, right? Derek Carr has a shoulder injury which requires surgery, but it might not require surgery if he gets traded to another team. He might find a way to play through the pain. It seems like he wants out there, but they are a team who, it's so well documented with the way... Well, let's head over. Let's hear what the pick is, and then we'll react to it.
NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
I don't know if that went out on air, but thank God was the response from Dom Corbett sat next to me. Kelvin Banks, look, a lot of people thought that maybe he was being projected a little high, maybe he wasn't a special top-tier player, but I mean, it's more sensible than taking Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, my God. My heart was pounding. I'm not even a Saints fan. I was so nervous for them. It's such a Saints thing to do to just, like, reset your rebuild window. I think having Spencer Rattler as the quarterback this year is a fantastic win-win scenario. Either he takes you magically to playoff contention in maybe a week at NFC South. Great, you've got a good young quarterback. Or more likely, he takes you to the first overall pick contention and you can draft then of actual Drew Brees replacement, which you've been looking for years. But Kelvin Banks, I think, is again, another sensible, smart pick here from the Raiders. And again, another offensive lineman going early. I mean, we're now looking at the Dolphins and the 49ers who are going to try and pick up maybe a Josh Simmons if they'd like to, or you know, maybe a Josh Conley. It'd be a bit early here, but I love Kelvin Banks. I think he can play right, he can play guard, he can play tackle. Some teams will have him at guard, and with the Saints not picking up Trevor Penning's fifth-year option, they were probably going to go with an offensive lineman here, and that does make sense. And for me, Kelvin Banks is just a really good, experienced pass blocker, which really is what you need. Now, the one thing that I would say about Banks in terms of weaknesses is he is so susceptible to a push-pull move. Literally, when the defensive lineman will first push into the pads of the offensive lineman and then pull them off balance. And he is on the floor way too many times. And if college players can get this guy on the ground, then NFL players are going to be spamming that move for the whole game.
Look, this is a guy who at Texas... fixture left tackle with Steve Sarkisian, but he's being projected as a guard in the league. That makes sense with them taking Fuaga last year. And as much as you say Penning, the fifth-year option wasn't taken, and they do look like they're going to move on at right tackle. It's going to be fascinating to see where he does line up on that line. Cesar Ruiz has that right guard spot locked up, but maybe left guard rather than left tackle in that offense. Right, we're on to pick 10 of the NFL draft. First round, Chicago are on the clock. San Francisco, Dallas, and Miami on the way. Chicago, the pick is in. We'll be back with that momentarily here on talkSPORT 2.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live coverage of the first round of the NFL Draft here on talkSPORT 2. We're through the first 9 picks. The Chicago Bears are on the clock and the pick is in for them. And we've just had it announced that the schedule release will happen on the date we all thought it was going to happen on, May the 14th. I was actually going to predict the 15th, Tom. So actually, I say the date we all thought it was going to be
13th.
on. One day early. There you go. The NFL have done a very good job with this, right? Because the schedule release used to happen right up until the pandemic, till 2019. It would happen in the week or the 2 weeks before the draft. That's nuts. Why are you doing it before we know where the big... Like now, you make a huge deal out of what the Jags are doing because of that Travis Hunter trade. You make a huge deal of what the Browns are doing. Like, it makes so much more sense to do it after the draft, right? So it's going to be May 14th. But the big news from us from an international perspective is we find out that the 3 road teams in London who are going to be facing the Jags, the Jets and the Browns. We get to find out who's going to be facing the Dolphins in Madrid. We get to face out who's going to be facing the Steelers in Dublin, who's going to be heading to Berlin as well. So those are all big deal. We'll be having those games live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2 next year in stadium with our own commentary team. So cannot wait for those. So I am excited about the schedule release. It's just funny how much of a deal they make of it. Roger, who are the Bears taking?
Today, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Love it. Love it.
Michigan.
Wow.
I absolutely love that pick. And I will tell you for why. Firstly, lovely tribute to Steve McMichael, Mongo, guy who lit up the league and obviously had such a tough time with ALS, and a wonderful tribute to him. And Walter Payton as well. Way to get the fans on side before then them booing the pick anyway in Green Bay. I'll tell you why I love Colston Loveland as the pick, right? Ben Johnson. Because as much as Tyler Warren might seem like the sexy pick to go there because he's this athletic freak who can do all this kind of crazy stuff, and we're like, well, imagine what Ben Johnson will do with him. Colston Loveland is more of a prototypical tight end. He's going to be a guy who can do it all, who can play the position both as a receiver but also block in line, but also do all sorts of the wild stuff that Ben Johnson likes to do on his offense. And when they already have had this potentially transformative offseason where they've gone and completely revamped the center of that offensive line, where they've got themselves a really great offensive-minded head coach to go and try and make Caleb Williams work, and they've gone and got themselves now a great tight end to go with Rome Odunze, to go with DJ Moore, to go with those pass-catching weapons they have. I think that it's almost like a more sensible pick, which isn't as fun, but I think this is just going to make the offense tick.
Yeah, I mean, with Ben Johnson and now Colston Loveland with Rome Odunze, like I was saying, all those weapons, the Bears' offense might finally resemble the offense we thought it was going to look like last year. It's interesting, though, with Loveland versus Warren, because I thought that Warren projected more like that TJ Hawkinson-style tight end, that Rob Gronkowski-esque, kind of the bigger bruiser, which he had in Detroit. So if I was going to say which tight end they'd go for, I would have thought it was Tyler Warren. And also, Tyler Warren can play so many different positions, right? We saw the Lions last year under Ben Johnson have Penei Sewell throwing hook and ladders, had Dan Skipper lined up as an outside wide receiver. I thought the positionless ability of Warren might have also really kind of fed into that Ben Johnson play style. But fundamentally, they identified, get another weapon for Caleb Williams. Colston Loveland this year showed really high flashes with, frankly, awful quarterback play. There's entire cut-ups of him just being with balls sailing over his head. And he was running, he runs good routes. He's got really good hands. I think he's a better blocker than perhaps I gave him credit for at the beginning when I was watching his tape. And really, he's just going to go to one of the best situations you can imagine for a young tight end with a young quarterback, another young receiver, and arguably the biggest acquisition this whole offseason in Ben Johnson as head coach.
Can I make a slightly wild projection? This isn't what's going to happen. The next pick coming up is the San Francisco 49ers. I fully expect them to go trenches. But imagine if they took Tyler Warren and you got him with Shanahan, with George Kittle, with... Essentially, he goes in and replaces Debo. but at the tight end position instead of the wide receiver running back position. It's not the right choice, but it would be a fun choice.
Yeah, it would. And also what's interesting with Loveland is that I thought he needed to go to a team that will use multiple tight end sets. And of course, the Bears have Cole Kmet there. Now, I personally am not a big Cole Kmet fan, but Bears fans absolutely love him every time I suggest.
Absolutely brutal. He is a guy who can long snap. He is a guy who can catch touchdowns in London. These are the things that matter.
Exactly. But I think that two tight end set stuff they'll do in Chicago will be very exciting with Ben Johnson.
There you go. Look, Chicago Bears do make an offensive pick with that first pick. I think that's what we were projecting. And look, the exciting thing from a Chicago perspective, because they do still need help on the other side of the ball. They do still need offensive line help. They do still need potentially a running back. They need edge rusher. They need like wide receivers as well. Is that because of the DJ Moore trade, they have 39 and 41 in the next round. So we were talking about this going into today's draft, but this is a draft where you want picks in the top 50, multiple picks, but not so worried about the position of them. Having two more picks within that top 50, I think the Bears have got a chance to get two more starters here. Or if they absolutely love somebody, they have the power to go and trade back up.
Yeah, which is always what you want to do in the draft. You want to give yourself the option to do different things depending on how the board falls. You want to be, proactive rather than reactive. And the Bears still have quite a big need, I would say, along their edge, their defensive line. And I think, again, we've not seen any edge rushers off the board yet. Not a single one. We've got a lot of offensive linemen. We've had, if you count Travis Hunter, 2 wide receivers gone, obviously the quarterbacks. So really, at the moment, what I'm looking at now is when will these first edge guys start to come off the board and who's going to take a swing? I'm looking at the Falcons at 15. They've not had, it seems, a decent edge rusher since, not Grady Jarrett, who was at Vic Beasley's 16-sack season in 2016 or whatever. So I think they've got to be the first to take a punt at one of them. But I'm really interested to see if one of these guys falls out of the second, because there's a lot of teams that would snap them up.
Look, the 49ers pick is in at 11, so not going to see a further trade on this one. Do get in touch with us, by the way. You can do so. talkSPORT End Zone. I can see the chat is popping off, but I love that you're all just having a chat to each other. Alex, Matt, Bubba, just keep it going, guys. Absolutely loving it. Bubba just say RIP Mongo for both NFL and pro wrestling. He knows his audience with that one because, the reason I'm ready for this weekend is having been up, obviously, for WrestleMania last weekend. Alex does say Bears still suck, which you've got to enjoy. Let's see what the 49ers are going to do with this next pick on the board now. They're a team who have a lot of kind of mid-late round picks, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th as well. Jordan Mason, Deebo Samuel, a couple of comp picks as well that they're still collecting in from various front office people going, from D'Amico Ryans going and taking a job elsewhere. This is a team who are desperate for trench stuff, right? They could take an interior guy. They could take an edge rusher to go via Bosa. They could go offensive line. And look, guard and center are both real needs here, but also left tackle, as brilliant and Hall of Fame worthy as their current left tackle is. He also only plays 12 games out of 17 a year. So those are all have to be concerns as well. So, yes, later in the draft, they're bound to take a running back because Kyle Shanahan always does.
Yep.
I think corner they will look at maybe with that second round pick or with the swing there because there are guys you can get later on. I know Jade Baron has been projected here by quite a few people. What do you fancy here? What's your vibe?
It's got to be trenches, and I would go offensive line. You're going to invest a lot of money in Brock Purdy very soon, and that's why you've lost 2/3 of your roster, frankly. And it's so interesting with the 49ers because really it sounds harsh to say this, especially with a team that has a quarterback, still has their head coach, still has Nick Bosa. The Super Bowl window that you were previously in has now closed. And so I think the best way to restart that, like I said, it's not a rebuild, it's a retool, I would say, for the 49ers. I would invest in the trenches and just kind of keep plugging that away for Brock Purdy, who has shown you enough that he can really be that guy, but continue to build around him.
Looking at the main stage right now, 49ers flags everywhere. Big 49ers in for pick 11. Let's go over something fascinating happening.
Grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
So here comes the commissioner now with that pick.
Gotta love it.
Chance of USA mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers
Thank
country.
you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Okay, so an edge does come off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. I wondered if it might be like a Shamar Stewart, a Mike Green, even Jaylen Walker, who obviously is a guy who moves from off-ball to edge rush, but they go with Michael Williams, 6'5", 267. You know, line him up opposite Nick Bosa and let him go. That's the idea.
As an edge too, Michael Williams is going to be absolutely fantastic, right? He's going to walk into 8 sacks in his rookie season because of that pressure that Nick Bosa continually gives to the offensive line. I'd put money on him right now being a defensive rookie of the year contender. This guy has such high upside. In flashes this year, he's shown like he could be one of the best players in this class. Physical traits off the chart, right? 6'5", 265 pounds. This guy has vines for arms. And you're looking at him on the sideline, his arms are like touching his knees just as he's resting. He's like Gronk from Grok. Which one? One of the tree from Marvel. Which one is it? I can't remember. Groot. That's it. Gronk's the NFL player. He's like Groot. He's got super long arms, and he's really versatile, which I actually think the new defensive coordinator, remind me?
Oh, Robert Saleh. The old defensive coordinator.
The old, new, exactly. I think he's going to really value that versatility. He can line up in different places along the defensive line, all the way 2-eye, so in between the center and the guard, all the way out to a wide 9, and he's just so physically gifted, and he doesn't have the production yet in college, but I think that's really the role that he plays in Georgia. Georgia like their guys to just do their one thing well, and it's not about individual stats, it's about the team. And so I think if you let Michael Williams go opposite Nick Bosa, you're going to see him produce a lot more in the next level than he did at college.
It was a desperate position of need for them, along with a lot of others. And the reason I don't mind it when I think like a lot of people were looking interior is that I think they're going to get to that pick in the high in the second round, and I think there are going to be interior guys there.
Yeah.
The offensive line is the kind of question mark. Had the guys that they wanted already gone, Kelvin Banks, you could argue Ibuka was still there, but Michael Williams is just that. They love a traitsy guy in the first round, and they've gone and got themselves a guy who's just built like a brick outhouse, and he's going to go, he can bend, he's got the long arms, he's got the athleticism. I think like there's potential for him really to produce there. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. They have already got the pick in. We see Jerry Jones in the war room, Stephen Jones in there with him as well. Lots of hugs and claps, and they are apparently incredibly delighted with where they have ended up here. This could be somewhere where we see an offensive lineman go, or do we see something... Ted McMillan already off the board. He was regularly projected to the Cowboys, right? Desperate for a wide receiver. Let's hear where they go. Roger Goodell.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
There you have it, the top guard on a lot of people's board. I said, like, it felt like a very, very Cowboys pick to do something a little bit off script from what everyone expected. Take a lineman high, go and protect Dak Prescott. And listen, they have had a weakness on the offensive line over the last couple of years, which had been such a strength previously, right? Well, and Tyler Guyton came in last year and performed at left tackle. Tyler Smith is that kind of no one really can figure out, is he a guard, is he a tackle? He kicked inside last year, wasn't brilliant. He can come in and he can start at right guard, or does he come in and play at left guard? But he's a day one starter for the Cowboys in what might not have been the glaring position of need, but still a position of need.
The Cowboys are a team which for years has relied on their offensive line just being continually absolutely rock solid, and the offensive line really is a weak link position. If you have one, you can have 4 good guys along that line. If you've got one bad one, that's what the team are going to attack. And when they have a few questions of some of their young players, like you say, some of their players on their offensive line, drafting someone like Tyler Booker allows you to put your best 5 out there on the field. Now, Booker's a really interesting player because he is going to be completely off some teams' boards depending on what offensive scheme you run. This guy guy is absolutely massive. He's 6'3", 315 pounds. If you run a Shanahan offensive system where you want to get your offensive lineman on the move.
By the way, watching him bounce onto the stage in that beautiful brown jacket with the bling on, and like you say, a man mountain absolutely going and just swallowing Roger Goodell up in that hug, you can see his size.
Well, it's funny. I've never seen him move faster than when I was giving Roger Goodell a hug there. Like, if you put the pads on him, suddenly he's a bit slower. But if you're looking for someone that's going to be on the move, you're not drafting Tyler Booker. But the Cowboys obviously don't run that type of system, so drafting him, it's a little bit early for me, but it is a very Cowboys, very Jerry Jones style of pick to really bolster that offensive line.
A very Brian Schottenheimer pick as
Also
well,
true.
with Zach Martin retiring. And look, we spoke to Zach Martin at the Super Bowl this year, and we asked him about Schottenheimer, and he backed him in a big way, kind of unsurprisingly. He's a guy who wins over the people in the building, if maybe not the sexiest pick there. I guess my concern is that kind of Kalen DeBoer, that Alabama, like, very run-heavy, very RPO system, whereas what you need from your offensive lineman with Dak Prescott there is somebody who's going to be able to pivot and change and react to the audibles. And, okay, the guy can set a pocket, he can create the depth and can answer the pass rush, but that's my only real concern, is that it's very different when you have a really schemed up RPO offense to when you've got a guy who basically is kind of, it's a lofty comparison, but in the modern day, Peyton Manning will change everything at the line almost every play.
Well, his comparison actually interestingly was Will Anderson of the offensive line. Like, he's the guy that has, like, everyone talks about his character and his game IQ and his ability to rally the guys around him. And so I wonder if, again, the Cowboys are a team that kind of likes to lean into that, and the offensive line is so important to the identity of that team, that getting someone that is not just a good player but also like a good teammate and a good role model and a locker room positivity, I think would be quite big for the Cowboys going forward.
Desperate for a wide receiver, though. Desperate for somebody who can play outside and keep CeeDee Lamb in that power slot. And like that's why I understand why, right, wide receiver-wise. If Ted McMillan's there, you go and take him. Matthew Golden is potentially a guy who projects as kind of a
high two.
Yeah, he's Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like,
yes.
and that's great, but CeeDee Lamb plays a lot of those routes. He fills a lot of those roles already. So I can see why they moved off of that, but they're going to need to take receiver later in this draft, surely.
And you need someone that can play out wide. So someone like Golden, these majority slot players who are smaller, you need someone that can be that X. I mean, I love Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. He's a first-round player for me, but I'll be shocked if he does go in the first round. But that's what you get in the second. It is a really deep receiver class, and you should be able to get, an Elekai Manor from Stanford. You've got quite a lot of these big-bodied X receivers that I think the Cowboys will definitely look to target after this first-round pick.
By the way, we've now got Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, all first-round picks for the Dallas Cowboys, all playing on the starting offensive line probably this year.
Yeah, it's rock solid, and you want
wild.
You want Dak Prescott healthy. You want him up, and people are questioning Dak Prescott, and is it time to move on from him? I mean, with the contract that he's on and the money he's being paid, that's not really realistic. I still think Dak Prescott is a good quarterback in the league. I think he's being overhated at this point. Classic, obviously, that a Cowboys a player would be. But I think the Cowboys, if they get that second receiver, they've now increased their offensive line. I hope they'd look to add something on their defensive line as well, losing DeMarcus Lawrence. So they're a team that has a few holes, but you think they're going to be competitive next year.
We are looking at the 13th overall pick for the Miami Dolphins. The pick has just come in with about 3 minutes left on the clock. A lot of the picks coming in early up until this stage, about an hour and a half into the first round of the 2025 first round of the NFL draft. The big shock coming at the very top. Well, nearly the very top. Cam Ward went number 1 overall to the Tennessee Titans, but Travis Hunter expected to be the number 2 overall pick, the best player in this draft, but did not end up a Cleveland Brown. He was a Jacksonville Jaguar after a mega trade. Kevin Stefanski's been speaking to the media after that trade, says that it is something that sets up their franchise for the future, and they still love the player that they got there. So he is speaking more positively than maybe his face looked when we looked inside their war room. We then had Abdul Carter going to the Giants, Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU, to the Patriots. Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan, did go to the Browns with that lower pick. Ashton Genty, probably the most obvious pick in this draft, going to the Raiders. Arman Meimu at tackle to the Jets was right up there as well. Ted McMillan, as they take a wide receiver in the first round for the second straight year, the Carolina Panthers. Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. to the Saints. Colston Loveland, the first tight end off the board. We were expecting 2 to go high in this draft before Miko Williams, and we've just seen it go off the board. The big tackle. I've lost it already. as I keep just looking and seeing these other ones who are flying in. Look. Tyler Booker going to the Dallas Cowboys. Miami on the board. This is a team who might have... Sometimes it's nice to be in a position where you can take best player available because you've got strength across the board. Miami, it feels a little bit like the opposite.
Yeah, you really want to approach free agency to mean that when you go to the draft, you can take value, you can take talent. But really, a few teams, I think the Seahawks, the Dolphins, and the Texans, unfortunately, have all kind of pigeonholed themselves into needing offensive line. And that's when you're really at the mercy of the other teams before you, particularly, obviously, the Seahawks and the Texans picking after the Dolphins now, with really only Josh Simmons as the kind of pure tackle that's still on the board if you're looking for that. There's still Gray Zable as well as more of an interior guy.
It's worth mentioning with Josh Simmons is he is a guy who, if it wasn't for the patella tendon injury, might have been the first tackle in this class.
Potential. I mean, he had a flawless 2024, only allowed 1 pressure and 158 pass blocking snaps, but he had a flawless 2024 because he only played 5.5 games, and those 5.5 games came against teams like Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall, Michigan State, and even at Marshall, he didn't go against Mike Green. So this guy had a fantastic run, a great CV, but if you do a bit of digging beyond that and look at the teams he's faced, maybe that's playing into why he's not coming off the board as early as perhaps some people thought he might.
Miami have made their pick, but we are waiting for it to come in. There is the fam cam on Shedeur Sanders in Canton, Texas. Not at the draft, but there with his dad in Texas. Maybe a smart decision as he is slipping down the board, just a 1 quarterback off. And look, you look down the next run of picks. Realistically, it isn't until you get to Pittsburgh at 21 where you've got a team who are really needy. Arguably, the Seahawks at 18 after that Sam Darnold trade really was just a 1-year deal. This year, they need something for the future. But who are Miami going to take? Let's head over.
2025 NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Kenneth Grant moved up a lot of boards in the last couple of weeks. Became quite a popular pick at this stage on quite a lot of mock drafts. And you do feel like when you hear those things later in the period, that's when the scouts have all got together, the big boards have gone up, you start to hear some bits leaked. And so Kenneth Grant moved up a lot of mock drafts, and you see why as he goes 13 overall to Miami.
He's one of my favourite players in this class. He's a true nose tackle, this guy, which doesn't...
I love an old school nose tackle. There's something wonderful about just a guy who's going to absolutely stuff the middle for you.
There's a play on the screen now, which is against Penn State, which our listeners may be able to see, but it's a play against Penn State, which is Katron Allen, a running back deep down the field, and Kenneth Grant chases him down at like 313 pounds. This guy's absolutely massive. He's got an incredibly high motor. And I think him being that true nose tackle is something which goes really underappreciated by fans and by arguably NFL teams as well. Like having that guy that can stop the run, can absorb double teams, and can also be a decent pass rusher. I absolutely love Kenneth Grant. I think he could at his very high level be someone like a Dexter Lawrence, that pass rusher as a nose tackle. But fundamentally, you're getting someone that's going to just absorb blocks in the run game, be a impact pass rusher, and is going to make the Dolphins defensive line better. They are still starting Storm Duck at cornerback at the moment with the loss of Jalen Ramsey, so I thought maybe they might also look at corner. But I think he's a fantastic player, and while there might be bigger holes, let's say, with offensive line and cornerback, I love this pick because I love the player.
Third Michigan man off the board. I think that down at pick number 22, there's going to be a real sense of pride coming out of the Los Angeles Chargers, but maybe a little bit of disappointment as well that none of his guys are going to be on the board by the time he gets the pick.
Well, everyone was hoping that Colston Loveland would fall there with, get Justin Herbert another weapon, get Will Disley off the field with his frying pans for hands, and give him Colston Loveland and have that Michigan link with Harbaugh as the head coach. But yeah, I mean, the Chargers at 22, that might be the receiver sweet spots, get someone to play alongside Ladd McConkey, but we'll see it when the draft gets to them at 22.
I made a promise earlier of something I was going to do after the number 2 overall pick went in. I've had a response. It only took an hour and a half. Tony Baselli has texted me back.
Nice.
Just 3 letters. Can you guess what they are?
Hit me.
LFG. I cannot pronounce what those are while I'm on national radio. I can count 4 exclamation marks on the end of that. I think he's pretty pleased to have Travis Hunter as a Jacksonville Jaguar. Sensational stuff.
What's great with Travis Hunter as well, which is the most...
let's go for the Colts pick.
14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren.
I mean, that was as nailed on as a pick could be. Absolutely nailed on as a pick could be. Sorry, we never even got around to talking about the Colts pick because I was going through the rest of the draft and everything. They have been projected a tight end constantly left, right, and centre. We thought it might be Colston Loveland because Warren would already be off the board, but Warren is still there. Jeremiah mocked him there. Charles Davis mocked him there. He become 6'5", 256. He's got this crazy catch radius, this crazy size, and it feels like this Colts team are just going to look to batter you into the ground. Shane Steichen's like, give me all the big-bodied guys humanly possible.
Well, what's great about Tyler Warren is that he also can play some wildcat quarterback. So if you don't like Daniel Jones and you don't like Anthony Richardson, then put Tyler Warren back there. But this guy is a do-it-all wide tight end, and I think he's going to work so perfectly with the RPO-heavy offense that Shane Steichen likes to run. He can do the blocking, he can do the yards after the catch stuff as well, and he's so versatile. He can play out wide as a wide receiver, he can play in the backfield as a running back, he can play inline as a tight end, can play in the slot as a slot wide receiver. He played 33 snaps at quarterback this year. He also played a snap at center where he scored a touchdown. He was an uncovered center, so he was eligible as a receiver, and he scored a touchdown. This guy was a one-man offense for Penn State this year, and another weapon for Anthony Richardson / Daniel Jones. There's lots of mouths to feed now in that offense, but really it means that if Anthony Richardson can't progress and can't show you anything, you know it's him and not the offense.
You've got a quarterback contest right now in Indianapolis between the 32nd and 33rd most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL last season, right? If you've got a guy who can catch a ball when it's 6 feet away from him, that's going to help you get more accurate. That's at least a positive you've got to take, even if you're as a Colts fan, you're going, right, so Alec Pierce, Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, like Adonai Mitchell, how are these guys all getting on the field?
Jonathan Taylor at running back as well. It is a lot of mouths to feed, and like I said, like you are going to know 100% now if Anthony Richardson can be your guy, because I don't think anyone else in the NFL has as many weapons as the Colts now have. Sure, people like the Vikings have better ones with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson, but it is purely about the amount they have there. Tight ends, slot receivers, wideouts, running backs, and it is do or die now for Anthony Richardson this year.
Right, we're going to take a break. The Atlanta Falcons are up next on the clock. Surely it's going to be a pass rusher going to Atlanta. We'll find out next here on talkSPORT.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
What a play!
I'd like to say a special thank you to Tom Scholes, who made sure that on the live stream they didn't cut back to the cameras before I'd managed to put away the sandwich of my meal deal back under the desk so nobody knew what my option was. You are listening to the NFL Draft here on talkSPORT 2 and on our dedicated YouTube channel, talkSPORT Endzone. Thank you so much to the team here. Will Varney up in the war room. Got Tom Scholes on the ones and twos down here on the camera. Myself, Will Gavin. Dom Corbett, draft expert, alongside me. Let's check in with Will Varney. How he's feeling midway through this first round up in the war room.
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you, Will and Dom. Look, I think it's been interesting the last couple of picks. I know Dom was very big on the Dolphins taking Kenneth Grant. I'm not sure. It felt like a little bit of a reach for me, a little too early.
It wasn't popular in chat on YouTube, I've got to tell you.
That's very
underwhelming.
True. Yeah, I think it was a little too early for me in terms of 13th overall. I think the Cowboys pick at 12th overall, I don't think that's gone down very well from what I've seen. I spoke ahead of the draft with obviously RJ Ochoa, who, is a big content writer for the Cowboys with Blogging the Boys, and he seems very underwhelmed. It seems people are very underwhelmed with taking Tyler Booker at 12th overall. Again, a little bit of a reach for a guard in that situation. I think you're completely right, Will. I think they probably had their eye on Teteroa McMillan, and as soon as McMillan was off the board, it's, okay, well, are you going to take Matthew Golden here? Is that a little bit of a stretch for him? I just wonder about the wide receiver position and the wide receivers we might see go in this first round. You've got Matthew Golden, you've got Ibuka, you've got potentially Luther Burden coming into the first round. I just wonder whether we're going to see all of those guys go in this first round, whether we might see them move towards the late 20s. And if we are to see them maybe fall, I just wonder what the Cowboys' options are heading into maybe day 2, because wide receiver 2s now, we saw how much T. Higgins got paid. They command a lot in terms of free agency. I'm slightly surprised, and I think a lot of Cowboys fans are surprised they didn't go wide receiver at 12th overall.
Their next pick at 44, the Atlanta Falcons, running it right down, 90 seconds left on the clock. Maxwell Hairston being shown on our screen right now in a sensational, colourful blue and silver suit, the corner out of OK. Look, the Falcons, I joked about it, but I thought this was a great Mikael Williams landing spot. He's obviously ended up with San Francisco. I think this would be a great Mike Green landing spot. Will know about this because until he got Will McDonald, they hadn't had a good pass rusher since John Abrams. And now that's only true of the Atlanta Falcons. They've still not had a good pass rusher since John Abrams. So it feels like Ed Rusher makes the most sense. But do they go with like a Jaylen Walker who's more of a hybrid guy? Or are there guys still on there that you think they could take and just be pure, hand in the dirt, 3-down pass rushers?
I mean, I would go with Mike Green here. I think he can be that guy, right? That alpha guy that the Falcons need. They're 31st in sacks per game last year. They lost Grady Jarrett, who is in the twilight of his career now and isn't even particularly a force in terms of rushing the passer. But that whole defensive line is bad. This is, again, a bit like with how the Seahawks have to draft interior offensive line because that's where they pigeonhole themselves. The Falcons, this has to be an edge rusher, but it would be very Falcons to not do that. I think Jaylen Walker could wear a lot of hats. They also do need linebacker, and he can kind of play that hybrid linebacker role, which he said he likes to play. So it is, I think, if I was making the choice, I'd go Mike Green, but I really wouldn't be shocked if Jaylen Walker came off the board.
What if they're the team who go wild and go Shamar Stewart?
I'm not a Shamar Stewart guy, but I can see it. He has the athletic profile, and we know that NFL GMs even fall victim to being to loving those combine warriors as well. But if it's Shamar Stewart, that would be a miss from me.
For me, I back Shamar Stewart because the problem for me when I went back and I did watch that film, I was expecting with the lack of production that I was going to see a guy who wasn't finishing, right? What I saw was a guy who wasn't given the chance to finish because the scheme that they ran did not let them put a hand in the dirt and go after the quarterback. And that's just so often the case in college football now. Like, when you go in and you play wide 9 outside pass rusher in the NFL, for a lot of guys, it's the first time they've ever played like that because of the setup of the hashes in college football, because of the nature of the RPOs, because of the nature of the rushing quarterbacks. They're just not given the chance to go after a quarterback down after down. And so I think Shamar Stewart, with the right coaching, can be a very special player.
I agree. There's definitely a lot to be said for the role in that Texas A&M defense that they had to play. They were definitely playing run first. Someone like Nick Scout and his teammate had to put on a lot of weight and also took a step back when playing when coming from Purdue as well. But what I would say though is that Nick Scout and Shamar Stewart's true pass rush win rates, that is literally there's no RPO, there's no chip help, it is purely you on your guy. His pass rush win rate is only 22%, which is well below the usual average.
Right, let's find out who the Falcons have picked, though.
The Atlanta Falcons select Jaylen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
Why did you sound so disappointed about that pick, Dom? Jaylen Walker is the guy off the board. He is the top guy on most people's board remaining. 6'1", 243, third-year junior out of Georgia. Only a one-year starter, playing in that hybrid linebacker role. As I said, not a hand-in-the-dirt guy, mostly a two-point guy, but it is pass rush help with the Falcons desperately need.
They do definitely need that, but that's why I wouldn't have taken Jaylen Walker there. For me, he's someone that people are projecting as an edge rusher, even though he played more off-ball linebacker this year at Georgia. For me, he's someone who's a jack of all trades, master of none. We've seen in the NFL countless players, Isaiah Simmons, Jabril Peppers, players that have dual position ability, really actually have no position ability. At what point is positionless actually without a position? And I find that NFL defensive coordinators struggle to know how to use these guys. And for me, he's not good enough to be a full-time edge rusher. He has no real pass rush moves or pass rush plan. He's relatively inexperienced, relatively ineffective. Really what they're going off here is a massive projection from his athletic traits, which are fantastic, obviously, but he's got 32-inch arms. He's a sawn-off, inexperienced pass rusher. I think for me, he's a good blitzer, but not a good pass rusher. He's explosive, but not quick. He plays linebacker, but can't cover. I just would have gone for one of those pure pass rushers if I'm the Falcons, because that's really what they needed more.
He is a guy, and actually it's interesting because Raheem Morris, there was one link that had been made quite widely, which was Derek Harmon, the tackle out of Oregon. Raheem Morris spent quite a lot of time with Oregon, and it was a guy that apparently he was a huge fan of. And actually, any pass rush is good for this Falcons team, interior or on the outside. You're kind of talking me out of. I like the player. I think he's exciting, and I think that's a defense where, look, they do play a bit more of an old school 3-4. It doesn't look like that necessarily a lot of the time because you don't have two linebackers on the field, but you expect him to line up opposite. Who else they got? Leonard Floyd. The top pass rusher on that team is a guy who was okay in San Francisco last year, and I like Leonard Floyd, but you want him as your 2 or your 3, not as your 1. So I don't know. He's going to have a chance to do some work, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, Jaylen Walker, in his career, has less pass rush snaps than some other players in this class just this year. So he's so inexperienced. So if you're drafting this guy to be your 1, your dude, your quarterback terrorizer, I just don't think that Walker's going to be that. Now, the flip side is that, he can kind of, on different downs, different distances, he can do different things, right? He can blitz up the middle, he can play off the edge, he can drop into coverage. So he does offer you that versatility, which I think in the modern NFL we see with the Vikings, with Brian Flores' scheme, really works. But, I mean, just looking at the players they had on the board, Mike Green, James Pierce Jr., even Donovan Ezaraku, I really like. I just think that with the talent on the board, as I was saying, it's not just the player you get, it's also who's on the board. And I'm not a fan.
Will Varney is up in the war room.
Yeah, I just wanted to get involved, guys. Just talking about this next pick coming up for the Cardinals. About 4 minutes left on the clock for them to still make that pick. I just wanted to discuss what the Cardinals' options are here, because I think it's quite interesting. They've only got 6 draft picks in this entire draft. So you can imagine that they'd be very desperate to trade down right now, recoup some of that draft capital. Previously in the conversations I've had with those reporters and Tyler Drake from Arizona Sports, he suggested, right now it's a position where there's no desperate needs. They could take the best player available right now to improve. That could even potentially, even though they took Marvin Harrison Jr. last year, could that be another wide receiver? You look at the options on the board. Could it be offensive line? Could it be somebody like Gray Zable who has that versatility on the line? I just wondered what you thought, Dom, in terms of this move for the Cardinals here. If there's no specific need that really needs filling, third year of Jonathan Gannon's head coaching tenure, Do they make a bit of a splash here at 16?
That's what's so great about what the Cardinals did in free agency is they absolutely can. They can go best player available. They could go with a Jade Baron, a Will Johnson. He's fallen due to the injury. They could get like a really good player here. And I mean, I'm a big Gray Zable guy. I have this guy as a top 20 player. I think he'd make that offensive line so good. He can play all 5 positions, but would be an interior guy primarily. And he'd be then playing next to Paris Johnson and Jaylen Williams. But the Cardinals have the beauty of just really going with whoever takes their fancy.
For me, I know they brought in Josh Sweat, great pass rusher, bit situational maybe. Calais Campbell comes back, legend with the team, and actually brilliant last year, had an amazing year, but he's not a guy who's going to stop you from taking something of need. They are still a player as much as you like what they did in free agency. They are a team who earned the name on Greg Rosenthal's podcast of being the search bar defense, because every time somebody made a play, you had to Google who they were. So there is like an element to it of they are a bit no-name. They do need some splash on that side of the ball. I think they played well above their kind of what we thought their ceiling was last year, and now they just need to bring some quality in to match that scheme, to match that effort, to match what they did. If they can have, there are some good quality defensive players still on the board at this point. I kind of let's see where they go.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
All right. Walter Nolan was going to be the name that I said next, because what I was going to point out was that in one of the mocks I saw on NFL.com, they had Walter Nolan going to him, and I wondered, it was on Bucky Brooks's one, and I wondered if the Mississippi defensive tackle, whether that would still be a decision they make after Calais Campbell came back. I really like Walter Nolan. I think he's really exciting. I quite liked him to the 49ers at 11. Like, this guy, I watched him, and he popped for me on film with every snap I watched.
He does pop on film. I mean, when this guy wins, he wins. He is in the backfield immediately. There's a play against Georgia, of all teams, where he just detonates half of the offensive line, and that is you get such high-level plays with Walter Nolan. And if you can get those flashes and turn them into, rather than just 2 or 3 times a game, you can get it 5 or 6 times a game. You're getting a fantastic player. But that's the problem for me with Walter Nolan, is that he runs hot and cold. There are some reps where he's a complete non-factor. He can be dominated by double teams as well. But maybe that's the beauty of him going to the Cardinals, is there's quite a lot of good players on that defensive line. You hope that Darius Robinson, the draft pick from last year, takes a step. You hope that B.J. Ojolari takes a step. You obviously got Calais Campbell as the vet, who can also absorb his fair of double teams. So we'll see how he does this year.
By the way, Jonathan Gannon picked the most Eagles player in this draft, so that's one thing. Like,
the most Eagles player is a Georgia player who falls to 32.
Well, this is the point. That's the guy who I thought was going to be the player that fell to 32, and they were going to take. And so, it's difficult to say sniped 16 picks early, but it does feel like he took that guy off the board, that how he was rubbing his hands and watching him fall. That's for sure. Keep in touch with us at talkSPORT Endzone on YouTube. The watch-along is there, as well as live on here on talkSPORT 2. With me, Will Gavin, Dom Corbett, and the Cincinnati Bengals are on the board.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
You're back with the NFL first round here on talkSPORT 2 and live on talkSPORT Endzone, our dedicated NFL YouTube channel. There's been some sensational content over there over the last few weeks. I've had a bit of time off, but Will Varney has been doing a wonderful job chatting to people from the teams, getting some of the beat writers' thoughts on who the guys are going to take, and now we're up to the Cincinnati Bengals into the second half of this first round with the 17th overall pick. I'm Will Gavin. Dom Corbett is with me. Check him out on social. Brilliant draft and NFL analyst. And Dom, the Cincinnati Bengals have I think they're going to go defense as much as I'd love them. Gray Zable would be a wonderful fit here for me. I would love to see them do something to support Joe Burrow in a way other than give him a great wide receiver. But I can see them saying, we've got a new coordinator, we've got to give him some toys to play with, let's go defense.
Well, the reason why they have a new coordinator is because the old one got fired because he had no talent to work with. I mean, at the moment, it is literally Trey Hendrickson and nobody else. You've got to think this is defensive line. There are some really good players on the board. They've previously been a team which doesn't really care about character concerns, generally speaking, and Mike Green, as a result, would be a player that I would kind of predict to them here. And he, next to Trey Hendrickson, who last year was the sack leader, the pressure leader, absolutely fantastic player, and one which they, are trying to keep. But the Bengals are a very odd team, right? I mean, they have like 72% of their cap space invested into 3 players, all of which are on the offense. Only at 2 positions, quarterback and wide receiver. And they're a team which traditionally hasn't liked paying their players. They're not a very cash-rich team. When you guarantee money, this contract money goes into an escrow account, so you have to have it to hand. And it just means that the Bengals have kind of been trying to win a Super Bowl with one hand tied behind their back. Now, I'm glad they decided to pay Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and finally splash that cash. But it's questionable team building, I think, to pay 2 of your highest positions when they play the same position at wide receiver. I think keeping Trey Hendrickson is a better team-building move, but if they do go with a defensive player here, then they will also get more out of Trey Hendrickson next year as a result.
I think the one thing I'd say is that, and look, other teams have done it. The Eagles paid 2 wide receivers a handsome amount of money and a quarterback a handsome amount of money. The contracts were structured in a way that helped them as a team and meant that whilst the percentages were kept down, even though those high average per year numbers were right up there. But certainly they are a team who have done it and still managed to have success. The problem is the Bengals haven't drafted very well. Over the last few years, whether it's the offensive line or it's the defensive players, you talked about, the talent that they had available to them on defense. And this is, let's not forget, we're talking about a coordinator who had a huge hand in getting them to a Super Bowl and was given basically nothing to work with over the following years. Yep. So I like I say, I think they're absolutely going to go defense here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was pass rush, considering the situation currently going on there. And there's a few kind of clear names on the board who it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be edge for me. But it's funny you mentioned the Eagles. They're a team which has all of their contracts coming in 2029 because they understand that there's new TV deals coming in then and they'll get even more money. They're playing a different game.
Let's go.
2025 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, dear.
Shamar Stewart off the board. Al Golden gets himself a fun piece to play with, and he'll be currently opposite Trey Hendrickson if he decides to, turn up and maybe he gets a new contract. I thought it might be on the back end of the defense. We're yet to see a defensive back go, and look, Geno Stone didn't work out the way they wanted to. Cam Taylor-Britt has taken a step back from that brilliant rookie season. I thought it was going to be on the back end. Instead, they go and get pass rush help. He is the ridiculous testing, huge guy, 267, 6'5", beautiful crushed velvet green suit, looks cool as heck, but doesn't have the production. More disruption than production.
That is true. I mean, I think Shamar Stewart is the physical embodiment of one of those cursed genie wishes. It's like, I wish for super speed, but you could never then run in normal speed. Because Shamar Stewart has everything you could possibly want from a defensive lineman, an edge rusher. He's got speed, power, length, mass. but he can't actually use that to rush the passer. He, moves really well for his size. He's an impact run defender. He uses his length really well. But fundamentally, he's not instinctual at all, which for me is why he's ranked 34th and not any higher than that. There's no discernible pass rush plan, and he's very clunky when he tries to implement those moves. His pass rush moves still need developing, and fundamentally, this guy only has a pass rush win rate of 12.4%. That is so low. Someone like James Pierce Jr. is at 23. Someone like Mike Green's at 21. To draft someone with highs of 1.5 sacks per year, that is. I know that the Texas A&M defense wanted them to play the run first, and that's when you get pressures and not sacks. You're half a step behind when you got to play the run first. But fundamentally, I think it's a miss not having taken players that have production. For me, production is the most important thing. I would have gone with Mike Green. I would have gone with James Pierce Jr. I would have gone with Donovan Ezeraku ahead of Shamar Stewart every day of the week.
It's interesting though, Mike Green. Twice accused of sexual assault, once when he was in high school, second time when he was at University of Virginia before he entered the transfer portal. He is a guy who on paper could have been taken a lot higher than this, and you feel like that could be why he's tumbling. I think with anyone like that, and obviously it is just accusations, we have to be very clear on that, but if there's anyone who you have off the field concerns about, you want them to land with the right organisation. I don't know. The Bengals, is that the right organisation? They've obviously just gone, traits, please.
Well, they took their swing on the character concern guy last year, Jermaine Burton, and that didn't end up particularly well. So I probably think they were like, right, we've already been burnt by a similar character like that. And I do think that obviously the character concerns things are such a hard thing for us to weigh out. We don't talk to these guys. We don't have the information from their head coaches and things like that. And we obviously have what's public, and absolutely we can make a decision based on that. But the character concerns are always so hard to predict where guys are going to go, because someone like James Pierce Jr. doesn't have anything anywhere near as serious character concerns, but he's still falling as well. So it's one of those things that we'll never be privy to because we're not in the interview room. We don't know these guys personally. We've not talked to their coaches. But that's something that I always kind of forget about in the draft when it comes around to it. You see these guys falling. They're very talented, but fundamentally, NFL teams want guys that they want to like on their team. It's a team. At the end of the day, you need to put team chemistry very high up on your list of priorities.
Let's hear from Shamar Stewart now.
You're bringing to a Bengals defense.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, for sure. Some people done messed up.
Really?
I'm coming.
What's making you upset about the moment that you have right now?
Nothing. I'm happy. I'm excited.
Okay.
Just know I'm coming.
You are in the division now with Lamar Jackson. How's that going to feel when you can chase down a quarterback like that?
Hey, man, it's an honor, man. South Florida versus South Florida. He's one of the best. Why would I not want to sack one of the best?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Interesting. Shamar Stewart initially saying people have messed up letting me slip to 17. So there you go. He very much clearly disagrees with you, Dom Corbett, and I think if you saw him in the street, you wouldn't argue with him.
Oh no, that wasn't me that said it. I have an identical twin who does this stuff. That's not me. I mean, with Shamar Stewart, I think the scale that you have him on is that uber physical, uber traitsy, but lack of production guy. I think at the high end you've got Trayvon Walker, who this year has kind of begun to show that he can be that guy that I think the Jags thought he could be when they drafted him first overall a few years ago. But at the other end of that scale, you've got Tyreek Wilson, who was drafted by the Raiders and who is now potentially a trade piece depending on how this draft goes. And I think for me, I see him more as that Tyreek Wilson, but I'm sure the Bengals are hoping they're going to get a Trayvon Walker.
Now, the Seattle Seahawks not only on the board, but pick already in for them. Tampa Bay on deck. Denver at 20. Apparently have been fielding calls for that pick. Pittsburgh at 21. In fact, we're going straight to Seattle.
With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zable, guard, North Dakota State.
I think that's a really great pick for this team at that point. I'm not going to lie, I'm, as a divisional rival, slightly disappointed that they've picked that smartly. We've got 2 picks in the second round at 50 and 52 where they can address wide receiver, they can address defensive back, right in that area where those things are very, very addressable. They go and they get a guy who can sit across any of those positions, particularly in the interior, and protect a quarterback who struggles under pressure.
And not just under pressure. He struggles specifically from interior pressure. And the Seahawks have the worst interior offensive line in the league, I would say. They've got decent tackles. They're 3 guys in the middle. The left guard, center, right guard is, I would say, the worst. And Gray Zable, well, put him at all 3. Just put 3 guys out there, let Gray Zable play all 3, because he is a true offensive lineman. His grip strength is fantastic. His foot speed is brilliant. He's so strong. His game IQ is fantastic, being such an experienced player at NDSU. And what I love is that NDSU is one of those schools which has continually produced fantastic offensive linemen. You got Graham Barton last year. Look how much he helped the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, he does have a shorter arm length, only 32-inch arms. He is 6'6", has that T-Rex build, but he's going to play inside. So for me, Gray Zable is a home run pick there.
Yeah. Honestly, when you consider that they were 29th in sacks last year with a quarterback who was much more escapable in Geno Smith, who got the ball away when he needed to, who knew to throw the ball away, who didn't, they were elevated. The worst interior offensive line in the NFL was elevated by a quarterback who's very good under pressure, and they've replaced him with a quarterback. For me, they had been having, up until this point, one of the worst off seasons in the NFL, one of the biggest detriments to that offense, and I think that at least this is a pick which supports the decisions that they've previously made, and it's going to be fascinating to see just how he fits in there. Right, we mentioned it, Tampa Bay and Denver up next as we head back to the NFL Draft live here on talkSPORT 2 and on talkSPORT Endzone, our dedicated YouTube channel.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
Back with the NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock at 19 in this first round. The pick is already in, so Denver up next. This is another team we'd heard as a possible trade point, and the Steelers on the horizon as a possible Sanders landing spot. We haven't seen a second quarterback go off the board yet. We know that one place they're not going to end up is in Tampa Bay, but what do you fancy here, Dom?
With the Bucs, what they're going to go with?
Yeah.
I think Jade Baron from Texas.
Okay.
I think he fits the scheme really nicely. I think he's a really good player. I mean, personally, I'm a little bit lower on him, but I appreciate that, it's just my opinion here, and the consensus generally is quite high on Jade Baron. But I'm thinking defensive player here. They could look edge rush. They've drafted quite a lot of those guys. None of them have really been the edge one they're looking for, I think. They lost Rochon Shoyinka to the Browns. And so I think edge or defensive back in Jade Baron is what I would say.
Jahad Campbell has been...
or Jahad Campbell.
I was going to say has been projected here quite a bit and is... as much as, I love that they have these ever-present guys on their team, these really guys, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and, of course, Levante David on the other side of the ball. He was drafted 13 years ago now.
Yeah.
Jahad Campbell is... for all intents and purposes, Levante David 2025, right? Like he is. If Levante David had retired last year, he would be the Madden regen of Levante David for this season when you were drafting him. And so that definitely feels like it could be the pick for me. Defensive side of the ball feels a bit more like it for Todd Bowles and for that team. But yeah, the Bucs. They're one of those funny teams who sit kind of just on the precipice. Just on the precipice of being good, but as we see more shots of Shedeur Sanders, by the way, I'm loving the fam cam work that is going to his party time and time again. He's got a giant hat like our one. Here, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to come and take a look at it. Tweet from Deion Sanders, the rejected will be respected. Don't know what time he put that out, but yeah, I think they're really getting the impression that he's going to keep sliding, aren't they?
I mean, it really is. If it's not the Steelers with the next pick, it could be the second round, very likely. Yes, someone could trade back up into the first, get that fifth-year option. But, I think with the quarterback class, I think a lot of teams would be willing just to maybe pass on Sanders and get Dart instead. If you can guarantee that in the second, Milroe guarantee it in the second, over Dart in the first. So, again, you're looking at not just the player, but other players on the board.
It's an interesting situation with Tampa Bay, right? They obviously go and win that Super Bowl, and they've been a pretty consistent performer since then. Jason Light, since he took over in 2014, 79 total players selected, 9 Pro Bowlers, 2 first-team All-Pros in Antoine Winfield Jr. and Tristan Wirfs. Maybe not as high as you would have expected on that front, but the last 4 drafts haven't been particularly strong for them. And I like Kalijah Cansey. I don't mind Graham Barton, but no, they haven't really hit. They haven't had a home run.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Ibuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
What does that tell us about the health of Chris Godwin starting this new season or long-term as Emeka Ibuka becomes the second wide receiver off the board in this draft and lands in Tampa Bay?
Wow, I was not expecting that at all. Like we were saying, defense, you've got Jade Baron, you've got Jihad Campbell. These are guys that fit the scheme perfectly, fit the need perfectly. It's a great mix of value and player and talent. And Emeka Ibuka, like you say, I mean, yeah, there's Chris Godwin's concerns maybe with the leg, but I thought that the other receiver, the Washington rookie they took last year, Jaylen McMillan, he showed that he could be that too. And I think, people love Ibuka's character. People were raving about it. Him and Loveland were the 2 guys that everyone was like, we love these guys. But he, for me, he's got the floor, he's got the ceiling of a 2. Like, I think Matthew Golden has he's immediately a nice 2. Ibuka's a zone killer, he's not really dynamic with the ball in his hand. He's not great at breaking tackles. I personally would have taken Ibuka in the second round, but it's definitely a pick that I would not have predicted a few minutes ago.
It's back to that kind of high floor guy thing, right? He's a guy who he's going to be savvy, rugged, like he's got those NFL-ready instincts. He's good at leverage, but, he's not going to be that top-tier guy. And it's funny, like, during his 4 seasons in Ohio at Columbus, he played next to Marvin Harrison, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jigba, plus Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, who'll both be first-round guys in the next couple of years. Basically, he's already been a number 2 for his entire career, and now you're selecting him essentially to play behind a couple of guys and be another number 2. I love Jaylen McMillan, by the way. I thought Jaylen McMillan was the best receiver in Washington before he got injured, and considering that's a class that include guys taken at the very top of the draft last year. And so, yeah, this doesn't feel very needy to me unless they know that Godwin is in more trouble than I thought he was.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been a Robin to someone else's Batman, whether that's Jeremiah Smith, whether that is Marvin Harrison Jr. And I just think taking a guy that has a ceiling as a wide receiver too, like Mike Evans is no spring chicken at this point. I think you're fine to shoot for someone that could be that wide receiver 1. And so I think Ibuka there is a very... For me, it's just a pick that I would not have made, and I think I would compare him to Robert Woods, like a good player. Don't get me wrong, but are you drafting that in the first round these days when you want those dominant receivers? I'm not so sure.
I just very quickly as we're going to hit the break before Denver's pick, but isn't this just a draft full of number 2 wide receivers, though, outside of Ted McMillan? Isn't literally everyone else on this board right now high upside 2? Matthew Golden feels like a high upside 2. That feels like, to me, that is the ceiling for most of these guys.
See, I'm a big Jaden Higgins guy. I think he's my wide receiver 3. I would take him in the first round. He won't go in the first round, but watch this space. Jaden Higgins, Iowa State, he's a dude.
There we go. Right. Denver, pick on the way, or will it be traded away? We'll be back shortly.
on DAB+, online via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
You're back with NFL Live, NFL Draft Live here on talkSPORT 2. Will Gavin alongside me, Dom Corbett. Let's quick check in with Will Varney up in the war room.
Yeah, I'm up in the war room. Well, looking ahead to this pick here for the Broncos at 20, it feels like a lot of people have been mocking a running back, whether that may be Amarian Hampton, maybe Travion Henderson. I think it's an interesting pick here for the Broncos. They filled that need with tight end, it felt. Bringing in Evan Ingram as a free agent. I think he's a really solid pickup from the Jacksonville Jaguars. But obviously there was all that talk, wasn't there, about a couple of hours ago when we were discussing them wanting to come up into the top 10. So what did we think their eyes were on? Was that potentially Ashton Genty there, and maybe that would suit the running back pick here potentially at 20?
Depending on who you love here, like different guys, but Amarian Hampton, Travion Henderson are both guys who have first-round grades on them for most people.
Yeah, I do.
And if you love whoever you think is going to better fit the scheme, I know that we heard that they'd fallen in love with Ashton Genty and would have loved to have got up there, and that feels like a very Sean Payton thing to do. This feels pretty nailed on to be one of those two running backs. It's just what fits their scheme better, I think. It's kind of, player's choice.
Absolutely. I mean, you think it'd be Amarian Hampton here. They have previously been burnt with UNC running backs with Javonte Williams, but I mean, obviously they're two different players, and Amarian Hampton is better than Javonte Williams, in my opinion. I love Travion Henderson. I think he's so electric. I think if you're going running back here and it's one of those two guys, you can't really go wrong. But fundamentally, when I look at the Broncos, and I think where they were only a few years ago with Nathaniel Hackett, Russell Wilson, no first-round picks, like, they have turned that ship around so quickly, so well. They've brought in Bo Nix, a young quarterback who I'm not mad on, but has definitely shown that he can be someone that you can win with. Mm-hmm. They're building a team around him, good offensive line. This, for me, is like the Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. If you put a running back in this situation, it's one that they're going to get the most out of because they have the weapons and the run game and the offensive line already there.
There you have it. If they draft a running back here, they're going to go for 2,000 yards this year. You heard it here first on talkSPORT 2. The pick is in, and Goodell is on the stage.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. There you go, Sam. Raise that fist up, baby. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's go, Broncos. Thank you. All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jade Baron, DB, Texas.
Oh, okay. Nice, Samuel. Jade Baron going in, going to play immediately opposite the best corner in the NFL. Sorry, he is the best corner in the NFL. You've got the second or third best in Houston. That's fine. What a selection. Fascinating.
It is really fascinating because the Broncos' defensive scheme is very man-heavy, and Jade Baron played almost exclusively in off-zone coverage. This is a guy that you want really in quarters coverage, playing off the line of scrimmage with his eyes on the quarterback in pure zone coverage. And that's not what you think of when you think the Broncos. You had Patrick Surtain as Defensive Player of the Year in press coverage. You had Riley Moss on the other side, who when he got injured, they weren't really looking for something. They couldn't really find anyone else to fill that role. So that's why I'm surprised that Baron's the pick here, because he does not fill that press man coverage role. He never really lined up in press at all. And as a result, I kind of had him lower on the board because when I'm drafting a cornerback highly, I want him to be that number one wide receiver eraser. I want him to be able to match with receivers when they move. Obviously, Surtain's that guy. But I do find the man coverage heavy scheme that the Broncos run and the zone coverage heavy experience that Baron has as a contrast here.
But do you not think that Vance Joseph, a guy who loves to throw extra pass rushers, loves to blitz, loves to actually probably looked at his personnel and went, we're going to have to play some man here, and actually bringing in, admittedly, injury-plagued Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, both of whom will thrive in zone and going and hitting guys at the point of contact and actually, maybe this is a transition for them. Maybe this is the biggest sign yet that they're making that transition.
I think that's a great point. I think what Baron does really well, his biggest strength is his versatility. This guy played free safety, strong safety, nickelback, outside cornerback this year. So if you do have guys that you want to rush off the edge, say like a Talanoa Hufanga if he's playing more on the line of scrimmage, say a Dre Greenlaw if he's going to come on a blitz, you can then rely on Baron to kind of fill that zone coverage kind of void or be that guy. So maybe it is more of that kind of Swiss Army knife on the defensive side of the ball where you can put him where you need to, rather than being the wide receiver one eraser. It's just interesting to draft that kind of more specific role player with a first-round pick as opposed to maybe a day 2 pick, which you usually see those guys go with.
Guys, let us know what you think, because you can do exactly that on our watch-along talkSPORT End Zone dedicated YouTube channel. Jacques is doing just that, getting involved in that chat. Matt's still there. I love how people are hanging on and getting involved. Love to see it. So keep the chat going and let us know your thoughts. Round 1, pick 21, Pittsburgh Steelers. The pick is in. The fam cam is showing Shedeur Sanders. He is not on the phone. Whether he already took the call, whether he's waiting, Dion stood right next to him where he's been flitting around a lot of the night. I'm reading the body language. I'm trying to figure out what they're saying about this. I'm thinking they're not going to be going in that direction here. They traded for DK Metcalf, so it's not going to be a wide receiver. They don't need pass rush help. They could do with a second corner. Will Johnson still on the board could be a great shout here, potentially.
Defensive tackle, they're quite thin at defensive tackle. Hayward's turning 36 this year.
Harmon's still on the board. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So there's lots of needs that they could fill here. Or they could go wild and absolutely go and take the quarterback here and just set this second half of the draft to life.
Oh, God, if it is...
What? You are so down on this. Come on. It'll be fun.
I want to be vindicated here. I'm in it for personal and selfish reasons. Shedeur Sanders' career can wait. I need to be right about my big board and have him not as a first rounder. That's what really matters.
Let's hear exactly who they're
In the
taking.
2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
There it is.
Defensive tackle, Oregon.
So with Cam Hayward aging out, with that pass rush, despite having 3, arguably 4 guys who would be a number 1 pass rusher in most defenses in the NFL, they go and get themselves another guy up front.
And it just makes so much sense. I really like Derek Harmon. He's a fantastic pass rusher up the middle. He led the country this year in interior defensive line pressures with 55. He's got a 17.6% pass rush win rate. That's more than Shamar Stewart, and he plays on the edge. And that goes up to 26.9% on true pass sets. When it's just him and one offensive lineman and the quarterback, Derek Harmon is consistently winning. Got a really high motor as well, strong anchor versus the run. He is a bit more of a disruptor than a finisher, only has 5 sacks when he has 55 pressures, not much of a converter, and he can play quite high sometimes and as a result can kind of lose that leverage battle. But he does exactly what he says on the tin. He's good versus the run, good versus the pass. He's not a game changer per se by himself, but when you put him on a Steelers defense, which has obviously TJ Watt coming off one side, well then you're going to get Derek Harmon at his best.
TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig, Cam Ward. Being a disruptor on that defense is fine because someone else is going to finish. That's okay. You don't need to be Jaylen Carter coming into the league and absolutely being the guy up the middle who gets to the quarterback. But if you're collapsing the pocket, if you're forcing the quarterback to get out and make a move, then those guys are going to clean up and they are going to, I think, love playing alongside Derek Harmon.
Yeah, and you know, the Steelers are an interesting team. They're one that refused to go below 500 and refused to also then make any sort of moves in the playoffs. And now the Steelers are rolling into the season, presumably, obviously, look, there's multiple rounds. They might draft a quarterback in the second. They might even trade out back to the first. Who knows? Well, actually, sorry, I say that. They don't have a second-round pick.
No,
they
don't.
They spent
DK Metcalf is their second-round pick.
So they're locked in. They either suspect that Rodgers will actually play and get out of the mud hut that he's currently living in or whatever he's doing currently and will play for them, or they're rolling into the season with Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson, which you can't be a serious football team and do that and expect to keep your job at this point. So it's all in on Aaron Rodgers, which I would not feel comfortable with if I was a GM.
Kirk Cousins?
if they can get him away from the Falcons, yeah, that was definitely a spot. But again, he's not a guarantee. Like, he might go somewhere else. So, like, you're really putting yourself at the mercy here. I mean, I wouldn't have taken Sanders, but I might have taken a swing on it's ugly. It's ugly. I don't even want to say it out loud because I was going to say dart, but I would have also hated that pick.
A dart throw. I'm sorry, someone had to do it. I'll move on. Yeah, I deserve the booing coming from behind the screens. That's fine. I deserve it. Leave me alone. Right. Look, moving on to this next pick, the Los Angeles Chargers, second in the AFC West last year, lost to your Texans in the wild card round. They need help all across the offense, tight end, wide receiver, running back. Lots on the board here, very exciting there. And on the defensive front as well, there's still guys available on that defensive line. We know it's deep in this draft. Jim Harbaugh, I think... Well, they've got Joe Horowitz there, but Jim Harbaugh is the guy, right? So there's just a little bit of me that says either does he do something wild and go and take well, there's not even an interior guy left on the offensive line, is there? So you can't get more smash mouth. When you've already got your tackles sorted, he's probably going to go and take Omarion Hampton, isn't he? And it's going to be...
He definitely could. However, what I would say is I would love Travion Henderson here because I see Travion Henderson being that Jahmyr Gibbs-esque running back. Super electric. You want him running outside the tackles. But then guess what? You've got Najee Harris there as that thumper. You have Travion Henderson as the scalpel. You have Harris as the thumper. You've recreated that Lions running back field, the running back field of the Lions, which I think has taken the league by storm, frankly. And Greg Roman loves the run game. Harbaugh loves the run game. Hampton would be a pick, but I think that if you're looking at skill sets, I think Hampton and Harris overlap quite a bit, and I think that Henderson would be more complementary.
When Jade Baron was still on the board, I had started to imagine that in my head as well. That was because I really, really love Jesse Minter, and I think he really got an unbelievable performance out of this defense last year. Obviously, they've lost pass rush assistants. Khalil Mack stays, but Bosa goes. I really like Tui Tuipulotu on the other side, but I think he's a bit of a situational guy. He's not someone who's necessarily going to be a 3 downs guy. So the defensive line does make quite a lot of sense as well. I don't hate Jahad Campbell here either. I don't think it's... Deion Henley has been excellent, but you could get in a second guy who... I think he's the kind of guy in a Jesse Minter defense who would succeed. Oh, what way are they going to go? I think this is a really fascinating pick.
It is. There's so many places they can go. And again, because they're picking later, I think you would have gone tight end for them 100%. If Loveland was on the board, you would have sprinted the card in. If Kenneth Grant was on the board, would have been a sprint the card in situation. But those guys are gone. And they need a wide receiver. They need an outside wide receiver. It's Lad McConkey and no one else. You've got Williams, who is 30. You've got Johnston, who is, maybe clawing back the bust label. But definitely, I wouldn't take him off it. I wouldn't take that off him just yet. So it's really kind of interesting. I mean, I think they lost Poona Ford and Morgan
As I say,
Fox.
any run stuffers because Poona Ford was the best in the NFL for me last year.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I mean, Tyreek Williams from Ohio State is a run stuffer, but he's someone that you want to get in debt on day 2, not in the first. And that's the thing. You've lost Harmon, you've lost Walter Nolan, Kenneth Grant's gone, Mason Graham's gone. Really, I'm not sure if there's another defensive tackle that's going to go in the first now. I mean, you could get a James Pierce Jr. I mean, look, I love James Pierce Jr.
You might have mentioned him a few times tonight.
I'm on a ban.
Saying Will Varney.
I'm in the war room. Will, and I wanted to offer a potential suggestion here of just something that I thought of here.
I'm just going to let you know. I'm going to take a bite of my sandwich while you do this. So if you could fill for
absolutely.
a little moment, that'd be wonderful. Thanks, mate.
I wanted to pose the question of potentially Will Johnson at cornerback here.
Yeah, nice.
Just looking potentially at that Michigan relationship with Harbaugh. Maybe we're overlooking this a bit. They lost Christian Fulton in free agency. Just looking at those corner spots, I do wonder if this could be a fit. A guy they know well, would fit well in the scheme. One a natty with Harbaugh, someone Jesse Minter knows well as well. I just wonder about corner here. Maybe they didn't expect Will Johnson to get this far. Potentially thought that. What do you think, Dom? Is that the fit?
I'm just going to say Dante Jackson doesn't do it for me.
No.
So I get it. I think corner's a great shout, mate.
That is a fantastic shout. Yeah, that is absolutely brilliant. You've got the Michigan link. He's the value now for Will Johnson in the 20s is fantastic as well. I think he's such a good player. I can't believe he's fallen this far. I thought maybe the Cardinals would take a swing on him. The value now is just fantastic. And like you say, there's questions this year about was he really playing to his useful? Was he giving 100% effort? How's the turf toe injury? But they will know, having Minter in the building, having Harbour in the building, they will know about this guy. And if they pass on him here, that says a lot about how the league is seeing Johnson if the team that we all think now is definitely locked to take him doesn't.
Health was a big concern as part of that. Like, he's a guy who was talked about earlier in the process as a top 5 pick, top 10 pick, top 12 pick. Like, those were kind of places that he was being talked about through this. And a guy who can play press, can play off coverage, but that Wink Martindale, very zone heavy, right? I think that kind of fits. I think we've overlooked this, and Will Varney's absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, it's a great shout.
Well, we're going to stop doing this watch along now and just leave Will Varney on in the... Look, let's just talk about what's coming up. Green Bay, Minnesota, Houston, all coming up on the clock as we get through this first round. Could we see all 32 teams make a first-round pick in the NFL draft for the first time since 1970? I think someone's going to trade in. I really think. I'm looking at the Giants. I'm looking at... the Browns went and got themselves a bit more... leverage, a few extra picks. Maybe they utilise one of those. And with every pick that goes by, the cost of going back into the first round to get yourself a quarterback drops. As you get past Pittsburgh, suddenly it's not so sexy going in. Teams like Washington would love to trade out of the first round and get themselves a whole bunch more picks to help with their flagging depth chart. I'm convinced. I'm convincing myself that Shedeur Sanders is still going to go in the first round.
I mean, I'm hopeful because I would get to have my Shedeur Sanders rant, and I hope that gets to happen. But the thing is that if not, we can just do it when we're off air and record it if you want. I'm staying for round 2. It'll just be me and no crew. But it's you've got the Saints at 40, and obviously they're picking behind the Giants at 34. So you got teams that are going to maybe want to jump the Giants, but then also the Giants might want to jump other teams to ensure they get their guy, if they have a guy, that is. So it's definitely still on the board, and it'll be interesting then to see out of the teams that we have left. I don't think the Texans will they have enough picks. You're going to look maybe at other teams that have less to look to trade down. We'll see. I mean, it'd be very Eagles maybe to then trade out of the first round and then still land a great player like Malachi Starks in the second.
This comment from Jarlath on the chat coming in at just the wrong moment. As I say, Washington were desperate to get out of the first round. He says, I'm listening while my 14-month-old decides whether she's going to sleep or not tonight. She's excited for Washington's 29th pick as well, it seems. Hope we go offensive tackle or edge. I'm really sorry, Jarlath. As a regular contactor of the NFL show as well, and our live coverage, regular around these parts on a Sunday night on talkSPORT 2, one of our favourites. But, yeah, I think Washington are going to be as desperate to trade out as anyone I can think of.
I would say that the Vikings only have 4 picks in this draft.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
They are trying to trade down. The Commanders only have 5. So I think those 2 are the guys.
Right, let's go to Rog. Who are the Chargers taking?
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
They do go Omarion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina. Sorry, Will Varney, it didn't end up being Will Johnson, but it did end up being the second running back off the board, and a guy who, as much as he might not have been the Sonic and Knuckles that Dom was desperate for, with bringing in the offensive line help that they've brought in, going out and getting the guys that they've got across the board in this offseason, this feels like it's going to be that rugged Rashawn Slater on one side, Joel on the other, Mekhi Becton now at guard as well. I'm excited to see this guy just batter people in the NFL.
I mean, this is Greg Roman and Harbaugh's dream. You've got Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton in the same backfield behind a good offensive line. I mean, if you're a fantasy player, don't draft Justin Herbert in fantasy because he's not going to be throwing the ball. I mean, as good as Lad McConkey
What, 15
is
times a game, do we reckon?
And they're all going to go to Lad McConkey, so you can draft him. He'll have a lot of PPR points. But I really like Omarion Hampton. I think he is fantastic. He's that bell cow downhill runner, 6'1". He's really fluid, great yards after contact. Like, no one person can bring this guy down. Good ball security, only 1 fumble this year. 72 missed tackles forced. I think he's good in pass protection. Personally, I would have gone for the complementary over like the doubling down on the one skill set, but I completely get that the Chargers and Greg Roman and Harbaugh are a team that love the run game, and these guys are going to sleep really well tonight knowing they've got that downhill thumper.
Yeah, downhill thumper, NFL ready, just feels like a guy who reliable on passing downs as well, good in pass. I'm slightly worried for Najee Harris, who actually is a guy who, was a bit of Mr. 3.5 yards when he was in Pittsburgh. Might not actually see a lot of the ball this year now, but I love the pick. Green Bay on the board, Minnesota and Houston coming up as we've still got, a good 10 picks left in this first round live here on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
What a play!
The Green Bay Packers on the clock at pick 23 of the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. A draft that exploded into life at the second pick as the Cleveland Browns traded down with the Jacksonville Jaguars moving up to 2 to take the best player in the draft in Travis Hunter. But right now, Green Bay eking every single second of their 10 minutes off the clock, milking the fact that this draft is being held under the shadow of Lambeau Field. Over 125,000 fans in attendance, and the Go Pack Go chants are ringing out. Now, I think defensive back is very interesting here. Williams still on the board that we talked about a lot, but they haven't taken a wide receiver since Javon Walker in 2002. Aaron Rodgers nearly was the reason he left town, was because they wouldn't take a wide receiver in the first round. You have Matthew Golden, amongst others, still on the board. Any thought that they break the hoodoo? They haven't taken a skill position player in the first round of the draft in like the last 20 years. Honestly, the place would erupt if they went and took a wide receiver.
And they need a wide receiver. They don't have a wide receiver one. Christian Watson's got serious health concerns. Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks, Romeo Doubs, those are all like wide receiver 2s and 3s. They're all role players. They need an alpha wide receiver one. Now, Golden isn't that for me. Jaden Higgins is. But I don't really think that I don't really think the Packers will go for a receiver here, I think, because there isn't really a first-round alpha on the board, I don't think. So for me, I mean, it's Will Johnson as cornerback to be that Jair Alexander replacement, which would work really well. Maybe they don't need linebacker Jihad Campbell, but obviously with those two players in particular, the medicals must be quite concerning for these teams. I mean, if the Chargers, of all teams, as we were saying, with the Michigan links through and through, it's basically Michigan of the NFL. If they're passing on their star cornerback, there must be some serious concerns there, whether that is injury or otherwise.
Right, the pick is in for Green Bay. We are going to be hearing the reaction of the crowd there to whatever this pick ends up being for the Green Bay Packers. For those who are just joining us, maybe just getting up through the night, maybe feeding the youngsters or whatever it might be, as a few people are. We are 23 picks into the 2025 NFL draft. That Travis Hunter trade was the big moment, really, of this draft so far. Since then, it's not that it's been scratched, but it's been very much a case of what we expected, which was it's a pick your poison draft with a lot of very good players in it. There have been a couple of surprising fits so far, but other than that, there's nobody that's really stunned us as being a first-round talent, I wouldn't say. Not me.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And Dom's going to pick one out and say, I hated this, but...
I mean, there's players I think that I would have taken instead of some others, and there's picks that I've definitely questioned. I didn't love the Shamar Stewart one. I kind of would have gone a different direction with the Chargers, definitely. But fundamentally, this has been the theme of the draft the whole way through. Is that after the likes of Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Cam Ward as the only good quarterback comes off the board, then really it is just like, who do you have highest on your board?
Let's go for the pick then.
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers President and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable? Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL, right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver.
Listen to this crowd.
Oh, baby. Matthew Golden, wide receiver of Texas.
I really want to do a cut-up at the end of this of just Dom responding to loving the idea of the pick and then hating the player that it ends up being. It is Matthew Golden, a kind of Z receiver in Steve Sarkisian's setup. A couple of promising seasons in the air raid in Houston, playing 4-5 wide out, and a guy who... There's stuff to be excited about. Good in and out of his breaks, a decent route runner, but very much feels like a high-end 2 potential to me. I called him before the draft Jackson Smith and Jigba B. Like, it's that kind of... That's what his ceiling is, and I'm not sure it's quite as good.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, Matthew Golden, he's a good route runner. That post route versus ASU in the playoffs on 4th and 8 is really what saw his draft stock just skyrocket, and he shows flashes of route running ability for other routes as well, and he's got really good deep ball tracking as well, which is a valuable skill. But with Matthew Golden, he's 5'11", 191 pounds. He's a receiver that when I watched his tape was someone that struggled to play through and disengage effectively from contact. He's not going to break tackles or make people miss. He's got very little yards after the catch ability. And he just really doesn't offer as well, very interestingly, offers nothing as a run blocker. The reason why Arizona State almost came back in that game was because he blew an assignment on a block, which resulted in a fumble, which resulted in a touchdown. But he's a very hard player to evaluate. Like, the route running is there, the hands are there, but with limited yards after the catch ability, and especially the Matt LaFleur offense, which kind of thrives on those yards after the catch opportunities within breaking routes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you're going to get away with that in the LaFleur offense. I don't think you're going to, he's going to have to learn to block and learn to block quickly. He does come out to the stage and is absolutely giving it some, winding up the crowd. He is wearing a gold and purple suit, which is, like foiled gold. It is stunning. Big G around his neck, obviously for Golden, but now for Green Bay. Sunglasses on. He looks cool as anything. It's just, is it going to be the guy to elevate the offense to the next level? I feel that they've got guys like Matthew Golden already. They needed like a classic big body outside guy was what I thought they should be looking for. But, they do finally get the wide receiver. They've given the crowd what they want, and now it's down to Matt LaFleur to make it work.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's that. I think he plays exactly like someone like they already have on the roster fundamentally. But I mean, we'll see. The thing is in the NFL and with evaluating these players is just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean they can't do it necessarily. So maybe in the offense that they were running in Texas, there weren't quite those yards after the catch opportunities, and maybe with how Matt LaFleur can just scheme open receivers, and his offense is one of the best in the league at doing so. You'll see his stats in that regard kind of shoot up. So look, he's gone to a great landing spot. He's got a really good offensive coordinator and a really good offensive head coach. So I like the landing spot, but I just kind of question again if it's really a fit that works for the team.
He's gone on to he hasn't, we didn't get a moment there where he went and did the interview. He went and got onto the mic and shouted, give me a Green Bay, 1, 2, 3, Green Bay. He needs to learn that the chant is go, Pack, go, and that's what he should have done into the mic. But, he'll get there. He'll learn it, I'm sure. He'll be riding kids' bikes to and from training in no time at all. I love his energy. I don't know if I love the fit, but there we go. We shouldn't be poo-pooing what should be quite an exciting moment. And now they get to boo a pick for the Minnesota Vikings, who are next up on the clock, followed by your Houston Texans. The Vikings, kind of fascinating offseason from their perspective because they got so close to doing something incredibly special last year, only for it to fall over at the last. The interior pressure ended up telling. Sam Darnold ended up collapsing in those last 2 games. First, let's hear from Matthew Golden, the new Packer.
With a cheer and a hug, you got the G on your chest. Was this destiny for you tonight, Matthew Golden wearing the green and gold?
Yeah, it was all a part of the plan, man. God made me wait this long, and it was for a reason, man. I can't thank him enough.
You get to make a lot of decisions now about your life, but one of which it sounds like you want to do something really special for your family. What is that now that you get to play in the NFL?
Man, I want to get back to my grandma. We lost our property a couple years ago, and I just want to get back to my family, man. And, they did so much for me, and they put me in this position, so all I can do is get back to them.
They love you for that, and you got a whole lot of new family here tonight.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I like that. Love that from Matthew Golden. Right, the Minnesota Vikings are now up. Now, a team who had an unbelievable record last year in winning the NFC North and we thought might go on a run, 14-3 in the regular season, lost to the Rams in the wild card round. Lost a lot of kind of key role players in this team, both on the offensive line, in the secondary, and obviously Sam Darnold departing. They're going to be starting J.J. McCarthy this year. I like the move that they made in bringing in Ryan Kelly and Will Freese together. Like, Will Freese, I thought, was the best guard available on the market anyway. And what you do, you bring in Ryan Kelly, super experienced center, but also who played alongside Freese, who got the best out of him, so you bring that pairing in. I think that's an underrated thing to do, to be honest. If you get two interior offensive guys from the same team, sensational. Well, let's get the pick. I didn't even get to talk about what I thought they needed, because the pick is in.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
That is, for me, the first real stunner of this draft, because I was here about to say they basically can take any level of the defense, and I think it makes sense here. And yet they've gone, all right, we've replaced 2 members of our interior line. Let's go and find a third.
I mean, I like Donovan Jackson. I think he's actually quite underrated. He's someone that saved Ohio State's season by kicking out to left tackle when Josh Simmons went down with the injury. But he is someone that is going to primarily be a guard. And you were just saying how they signed Will Freeze and they've kind of addressed the interior offensive line. Obviously, they're doubling down and kind of going for the Eagles method of team building, making a strength stronger, and you don't really want to subject McCarthy to, a bad offensive line. I think you could have got an interior offensive lineman later in the draft. I think there's some really good players on the board. It wasn't that the Vikings had any glaring needs. I think it's right to build around their young quarterback. And Donovan Jackson does offer kind of swing tackle ability. He can play guard. He can play tackle.
Trade!
No!
Trade!
No!
Trade! Trade! The New York Giants are back into the first round, up to pick number 25.
Is that us?
I am really sorry to Minnesota Vikings fans. Look, you picked a left guard. I'm not sure it was the right decision. He did play a lot of tackle last year, so he has got some versatility. That's nice. It might end up being a really solid pick. I thought he should have gone defense. The Houston Texans have traded out of the first round of the draft with the New York Giants. A man desperately next to me Googling to try and find out what the compensation is.
I've got it for you here, guys, in the war room. I'm in the war room. I've got it for you here. The Texans trade in 25 for the Giants. It's in exchange for $34.99 and a third rounder in 2026.
I told you, it's going to be cheap to trade up to get back into that round. I think that I don't hate the Texans getting that extra pick early in the second round because they'll still get a good player there, but there's some good players on the board.
We need offensive line. We got rid of Laramie Tunsil. We have the worst offensive line in the league. And Josh Simmons is on the board. Josh Connolly's on the board. I'm not mad about either of those guys, but if you
I love Josh Simmons. Without the injury, I think he could be the best tackle in this draft.
At this point, I wouldn't hate him at all. To get a starting caliber tackle at 25 is fantastic, but that doesn't matter anymore because we're not picking at 25. We've gone down past the Chiefs, who are going to draft an offensive lineman, you'd think, because they lost the Super Bowl because they had a bad offensive line. What do we? This team building is terrible. To trade Tunsil and then to trade down from drafting an offensive lineman is bonkers. But now, I mean, obviously the Giants have traded up. Is it Sanders? Is it Dart?
Maybe it's not going to be a quarterback at all.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to ask Will. I was just going to jump in and ask you, Dom. You don't seem confident that either Simmons or Josh Connolly will be on the board by 34. Is that right? Or do you think one of them might be, and it's more the disappointment that you don't get that choice?
I think one of them might be. Maybe the injury is more of an issue with Josh Simmons than perhaps we were able to know if he's fallen this far, because I think he is potentially one of the best tackles in this class, but it is just a case of that injury. But when you're picking after the Chiefs, who had to start Joe Tooney at left tackle, who got dog-walked by Jalix Hunt because Joe Tooney is a guard with short arms, I think that really exposes you. And we got a quarterback like CJ Stroud, who is a pocket passing quarterback and who really didn't have a good year last year because our offensive line took a step back. So I think that is quite the choice there. And I know the Giants are picking at 34. It's, that's the Texans pick now. It's not the end of the world, but I think it's quite something to trade below the Eagles, the Chiefs, who are almost definitely going to draft a tackle.
I was just going to say here, the fact that the Giants have decided to trade to 25, it seems that the Steelers had their choice. They had their chance at 21 if they wanted to take a quarterback, Shador, whether it's Dart, they decided not to. So who do you think they're most concerned about, the fact that they've had to trade back into the first to potentially get their guy, if that's what the pick's going to be made? Is it the Browns in the second round? Is that the fear?
I think it's all about the Rams at 26.
Right.
The Rams were linked with quarterbacks left, right and centre. And a little bit like with the Steelers, and we thought that 20 might be an interesting point with the Broncos, I think it's let's get above the Rams at 26.
But then it's going to be Dart, because they're not taking Sanders there, surely.
Milroe?
I don't know.
Milroe.
I don't know, because Sanders fits. I would say it's much more consistent. We are talking about a man who was relatively willing to let Matthew Stafford leave because he believed Jimmy Garoppolo could take them all the way. And yes, Jimmy Garoppolo's been to a Super Bowl. And yes, it was under the same coaching tree and everything, the Mike Shanahan coaching tree. But I think that
This is exciting.
Maybe we see back-to-back quarterbacks go off here. Maybe we see Sanders and Dart go back-to-back to the Giants and to the Rams. The Rams have drafted sensationally over the last 2 years.
Oh,
right?
my God, yeah.
Their first and second round picks over the last 2 seasons have been as good as anyone else. And in the pairing up and in the getting the pass rush and in sorting out the interior of their offensive line, they've done brilliantly. They might feel like they can make a splash, like they can do something a bit wild with this pick and go and get themselves a quarterback. And I see why the Giants have moved up here. And it does look like it's going to be Shedeur Sanders based on the fam cam showing us a pretty excitable room there. So, look. It is a team that has Malik Neighbours. It is a team that now has Abdul Carter, so pass rush on the other side. It's a team with an offensive line which, as we heard this past week on our YouTube channel, where you might be tuning in at NFL, at talkSPORT Endzone, Jermaine Illuminor really does believe that this offensive line can be one of the best in the NFL. So... Look, you went and got Jameis, you went and got Russ, but that was never going to be stopping you from getting a quarterback in the future if you wanted to. Darius Slayton came back. I kind of dig it.
This is what we've really been waiting for.
This is Brian Dable taking a swing because he knows that his job is screwed if he doesn't take one.
But I was just going to say, is it Brian Dable or is it Joe Shane or is it John Mara? Are all three? It feels like they're all so undecided in this whole process. Whether it's Shedeur, whether it was going to be Russ, whether it was going to be Jameis. Goodness me, what this could be with pick 25.
It feels like we're back at the top of the draft again, with a trade up for a quarterback. You don't.
Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback.
It wasn't Sanders. They did move above the Rams to go and get Jackson Dart. Astonishing stuff. Shedeur Sanders continues to slide, and Jackson Dart is the second quarterback off the board, lands himself at the New York Giants. That is not what any of us expected.
Yeah, because I think you were right that the Rams were going to potentially try and draft Jackson Dart, and Jackson Dart was invited to the NFL draft, which means that he would have had it at some point on semi-decent authority that he could be drafted. Later pulled out of that probably because it was a little bit uncertain. But I mean, Jackson Dart, I think really, if I'm going to put myself in the Giants' shoes here, I think what they're going to do is actually start or try as best they can, record depending, to start Russ or Jameis, let Dart sit for a minimum of a few weeks, ideally a year. I think this guy needs a year to develop and learn and really pick up on a pro-style offense. Coming from Ole Miss, where there's single step drop backs and there's a lot of half-field reads and predetermined throws, I think this guy needs to sit definitely. But the issue is, though, as we well know, in the history of the NFL, if you draft a quarterback with a first-round pick and your record isn't particularly good, the calls and the pressure to start that quarterback get unbearable, frankly. And I'm worried that the Giants will ruin Jackson Dart's development by starting him before he's ready.
Yeah, this is it, right? Number one in passing EPA per drop back last year. But Lane Kiffin's offense couldn't be more quarterback-friendly. And when you look at the other players that exist in and around Ole Miss that are going to be drafted out of that team, like... He had great talent around him as well. And there's a lot of people who have gone and watched this film and gone, oh, actually, no thank you. But not Joe Shane, but not Brian Dable, but not the ownership and the Maras and everyone else at New York. They have gone Jackson Dart, first rounder, and will even trade back up and give up 2 third-round picks on top of our second rounder to go and get him. Astonishing stuff.
That is absolutely crazy. I mean, to put it into context, this guy has less than 30 snaps under center. In the modern NFL, you cannot come into at the Senior Bowl. He was struggling to field the ball from his center under center. So this guy's got a lot to learn before he's anywhere near ready. And I think the jump to the pros is going to be difficult for him. But if he is expected to start this year, I think it's going to be like trying to drink through a fire hose for this guy. Like, it's going to be quite overwhelming. And I do think that Russ and Jameis Winston are not going to be enough to keep the fans wanting Dart on the field.
The thing is, right, he is athletic and he can buy time and he does scramble for positive yards and he does do things that catch the eye on a positive basis. But,
oh, my God.
We've got another trade coming in. Let me just finish what I'm saying, then we will get to that. But it's because his eyes drop so quickly. It's because he doesn't do that well under pressure. He doesn't throw with anticipation. It's not progression-based. It is I've got one read in this play, and if it's not open, I'm going to tuck and run.
Yeah.
And that is the concern with him, is that he's not a guy who's going to be able to make that transition to what an NFL pro-style offense is going to be.
And you know who drops his eyes and tucks and runs? Sam Howell.
What a comparison. The New York Giants, by the way, tweeted out the blank, here we go again GTA meme, but with the NFL draft replacing the swear word, and just put, not done yet. Big fan of that. The Atlanta Falcons have traded back into the first round, up to the 26th overall pick. The Rams, who it seems wanted Jackson Dart, have decided to trade back out. Mike Green?
Yeah.
A pure pass rusher. Do they go and get 2 pass rushers in the same draft? They've thrown that pick straight in. I mean, they've got Michael Penix. I don't think they've traded back in to get Shedeur Sanders. With this, the Falcons have traded. They have picked up the 26th overall pick, and they've given up the 101. They've also received the 101s. They've got the 26th and the 101. They've given up their 46th pick. They've given up next year's first rounder and a random 7th round pick as well. So, I mean, the Falcons had a way to come up. They weren't coming up from the top of the second round. They were coming up from the mid of the second round. 46. But they've given up a first round pick to move up 20 spots, essentially. A first round and a third rounder to move up 20 spots. Who are they going to pick?
To the Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
Wow.
Defensive end, Tennessee.
There we go. It wasn't Mike Green. It was James Pierce Jr., a guy who slipped on a lot of boards, who a lot of people had outside of the first round. And the Falcons have gone, no, here's our next year's first. We're coming into the first round. We're getting a second edge rusher in this draft. We know it's our biggest flaw on defense, and we're going to come and we're going to right it in one fell swoop.
Look, it's no secret at this point.
No, you might have mentioned it a few times tonight already.
And after this, I can put his name to rest, and so we can all enjoy that. I mean, this guy is so explosive. He's so quick. His first step is elite, even for NFL standards. He's a 22.2% pass rush win rate. This guy has also coverage ability as a linebacker as well with Jaylen Walker, which is quite interesting. And he's really strong against the run. He's a 245-pound, 9th percentile in weight edge rusher who plays like a power rusher, which is so interesting. And I think he's so underrated as a result. Now, there is a general lack of mass there that makes him that weight is lighter, and he also is a bit scheme dependent, and I think the Falcons is a perfect fit who have those outside linebackers, so that works really nicely. But
6'5", 245 does make it sound like he's about to come and play small forward for you, not pass rusher in the NFL.
Exactly, but I mean, I compare this guy to Brian Burns, that kind of speed rusher off the edge. I think it works quite nicely. But looking at what the Falcons gave up, though, a 2026 first round pick in a draft where, looking at what the Giants gave up with the Texans, that they've overpaid there big time. I know they've come up quite a few spots, but this draft class is very flat at this point in terms of the talent drop-off between now and the 50s, let alone the 40s. So to give up a next year's first,
it's huge.
Wow, I mean, they must have had a high grade on James Pierce Jr. It must have been like just after Jaylen Walker, and they're liking that. But that is a lot to part with, I think, in this draft class.
Absolutely wild. Will Varney is in the war room for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at potentially what this means for the Rams next season. The fact
I thought you meant for Leonard Floyd.
Well, not specifically, maybe not. More in fact, looking at the Rams, and this was a team that obviously Matthew Stafford, there was a lot of talk about his future. They signed the extension for 2 years essentially. So it felt like this is a win now focus for the Rams. But you can see that taking that extra first rounder next year, just one eye on that 2026 draft class and potentially taking their quarterback now. I also have to mention a real sad thought for Jalen Milroe right now. Told that, invited to the draft. It feels like with that invite, everyone's thinking maybe he's going to go in the first round. Right now, it doesn't look like he's going at all, does it? Considering it felt like that maybe would have been the fit with the Rams if they were to stay in the first round. But, well, who knows? He might go to them in the second round. We'll wait and see.
Look, Falcons, 31st on third down last year, 31st in sacks, 28th in the red zone. They desperately needed pass rush. They went and got pass rush. I didn't hate what they did on the back end last year. I quite like bringing in Jordan Fuller, Jesse Bates. If he can raise his game to the level he was at, then they might have something going on that defensive side of the ball. Jeff Ulbrich coming in from the Jets. You'd hope this would be this would be big for them. But they have gone absolutely all in the belief that they are ready to win now. And I am less convinced that they are ready to win now than apparently they are. In terms of conferences they play this year, they play the NFC West and they play the AFC East. So they've got the Bills, they've got the Dolphins and Patriots, obviously, but they've got the 49ers, they've got those Cardinals, they've got the Rams and Seahawks. It's not an easy year for the Falcons. If they end up being a 9-win team after making a move like that, that's not going to be too pretty for Raheem Morris. It's a really interesting thing, and we will get to the Ravens are now up and have already made their pick. But it is fascinating what Will raises about what this means for the Rams next year, because the Rams, they are teed up to have success already this year. I can't understand how they're not the favourites for the NFC West at the moment. Somehow the 49ers, I think it's the bookies just trying to draw people in because they know how popular they always are with the punters. Like, the way that they've operated over the last couple of years, they didn't have a second-round pick. They've gone and got themselves a haul, including a first next year, which is astonishing. They brought in Poona Ford. They brought in Devontae Adams. I have loved their off-season so far this year. And now they tee themselves up to go and get their quarterback of the future next season in a good quarterback draft, as we believe it's going to be.
Yeah,
huge.
That is absolutely unbelievable team building from the Rams there, to have that extra pick in next year's draft when they will presumably be a team that's picking pretty highly. They can package those 2 first-round picks up and trade up. I mean, that really is, in one pick, an absolute masterclass in team building, and also a disaster class in team building from the Falcons, I think, to part with that first-rounder. But the Falcons' loss is the Rams' gain here, and I think the Rams in a few years' time will look back at this moment and realise that they've set themselves up for the future fantastically.
They still get to pick at 46. There's still going to be good players there. And they get next year's first. It's astonishing.
I can't believe the pick before was a trade that did not require a first-round pick, and the Falcons GM went, you know what? Let's just throw it in as a sweetener. I can't believe that.
Moving up 10 spots didn't cost you a first round, and moving up 20 did. It was as simple as that. But I guess we're going to see some more tweets telling us about how that didn't work for them. Honestly, I'm so astonished. That's so astonishing. The draft has absolutely come to... This is exactly what we needed at 4 a.m. It's exactly what this draft needed. Right, the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock at pick 27. So, just 5-6 picks left in this draft now. In this first round, there's 3 more days to go. There's 225 odd picks still left to go in total. But we're just doing the first round for you here on talkSPORT 2 and on our dedicated NFL YouTube channel at NFL at talkSPORT End Zone. I will get that right by some point by the end of the evening. The Ravens, an ultimate kind of need to finally get over the hump team. A lot of late round picks for them, a lot of comp picks, 4th, 5th, 6th rounds. They've got a lot to play with if they want to be moving around in this draft, but they stick at 27. They need some defensive back help. Like we saw it last year where they were forced to essentially, and it changed their defense when they did it. But when they had to make the decision to move Carl Hamilton back to free safety and not use him as the amazing weapon that you can, because they had to have him essentially run that back end of the defense. So I think they desperately need secondary help, and I could definitely imagine with some of the players on the board them going in that direction. Malachi Starks does scream out to compare with Carl Hamilton as a possibility. Anywhere along the defensive line works as well. Let's go and see where they've gone.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
Dom Corbett absolutely nailing it, and me doing a celebration which would have got me a flag in the NFL. I can only apologise for that. It is Malachi Starks. I apologise to our Dolphins fans in the chat who are desperate to see him come in. Andrew now getting involved as well in the chat. Love to see that as well. But huge. I mean, I feel so bad for the Bubba King, who was desperate for Malachi Starks to end up at Miami and for them to trade back into that round. This feels like a bit of a classic Ravens. Let the guy fall to us. It's going to fit us. And that I don't know, that feels pretty tasty to me.
This is immediately one of my favourite picks in this draft. I have Malachi Starks as a top 10 player on my board. So to get him at 27 is fantastic value. And this guy is a true modern safety. You can line him anywhere. He played 215 snaps in the box, 271 at slot corner, 400 at free safety. He even manned up in the slot against Luther Burden in 2023. This guy's game IQ is absolutely fantastic. We're seeing highlight reels of him now from his first year at Georgia. 3-year starter, really experienced, really high game IQ. He killed it at the combine with the on-field testing, with the chip testing, and I just love what they're getting here. Not just because I think he's a fantastic player at a fantastic value, but like you were saying, Will, it allows them now to do other things defensively. They can put their star safety in kind of different alignments and do different things with him as well. So I think that this is a fantastic player and a fantastic fit.
They bring in Chidobe Awuzie this off-season, and look, Marlon Humphrey has been one of my favourite defensive players to watch over the past 10 years, but he took a step back last year in that nickel slot, in that kind of slot position, and so you could see him end up lining up there. You could see him playing strong safety with Hamilton. You're definitely going to see him in all those nickel and dime packages all over the field, just like they have with Hamilton. It's just that kind of beautiful, movable piece that we know that John Harbaugh loves, that we know that Zach Orr loves. It's kind of as good a fit as you could find.
Exactly, and he's one of those fits and one of those picks again where he is more than just the player you're bringing in, which is really the value. Like what you're looking for in the draft is you're looking for talent, you're looking for value, and you're looking for what they give to your team. And Malachi Starks for me is a tick in all three of those departments. So talented, so good. One of my favourite picks, like I said.
By the way, since taking over as GM in 2019, Eric DaCosta has made 52 selections, now 53. 46 of those 53 selections have come from Power 5 schools. That is astonishing. Like, they go, right, can we have a good player who's played on a good team? And it seems to work for them every time. Like, this is a team who know how to do this, but actually had a poor passing defense last year. It cost them eventually in the playoffs. And yeah, I'm a huge fan of this. I truly am.
Yeah, I like A+, immediately.
Right, rest of this round then. Detroit, Washington, and then Buffalo, KC, and Philly. 5 more picks to go. I still think Washington is a point of, if Shador is going to go in this first round, that would be the spot. Buffalo love a trade back, but are they ever going to trade back past Kansas City again for the rest of their lives? I don't know. Like, they've done it twice and it's hurt them pretty badly twice, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's so key about the draft, is that you've got to be aware of the other teams that are in it, right? It's not just you against the computer. These other 32 teams are trying to do their best and trying to bring in their talented players and fill their holes. And that's why, like, it's so important. If you like a guy, you trade up to get them. If you don't like the value, you trade down. But I do feel like you've got to be, and I'm sure teams are, but I mean, you know, as we know in the draft, you don't know what other teams are going to do. You've got to be aware of what they're going to do.
Sorry, say again, Will?
I was just going to come in here, Will. Just a bit of news that I thought I'd give you, because we were talking about the Michigan cornerback, Will Johnson. That slide continues for him. Supposedly, he has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams, and that would explain why he's continuing to slide down the draft board. So it's at this point, you wonder whether one of these teams in the final end of the first round is going to take him, or will he even move into the second round? Will he be off the board tomorrow?
Sort of guy that someone could jump into the back end of the first round to get, like, in terms of his talent, if you don't have to pay a lot. I mean, I'm not just projecting this because they're the team I'm a fan of, but the 49ers desperately need an outside corner. You know, I don't think you have to give up a huge amount to move up 10 spots from 10th in the second round up into 32, 31. So that's the sort of thing that you could definitely see somebody doing. Malachi Starks on the stage right now, by the way. Light purple suit. It's almost like he knew, with just a flourish of purple in the pocket square. Love a pocket square. Well done, sir. Big fan of that. Obviously, I mean, they all have the ice around the neck today, but he looks great in that, in the hat. His family out in the green room as well, giving him all the love. He's making, look, Jamie Erdahl's getting emotional on the stage listening to him speak, so it's a beautiful thing. He's ended up in Baltimore, and the Detroit Lions are next on the clock. You know, Detroit, we're talking about a team who lost to the Commanders in the divisional round, 15-2 on the season. A team who they lost some on the defensive back end. I know they brought in DJ Reed, potentially offensive line help. Kevin Zeitler left. Zadarius Smith leaving. I know he was kind of a situational pass rusher, but edge rush as well. This isn't a team who have glaring needs. Let's see which direction they go in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyreek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
And they go on the interior of the defensive line instead. Tyreek Williams, an interesting one to sneak into the first round because he's been a guy who, over the last week and a half, you were saying earlier, like, you get a lot of nonsense later in the process, right? But you also get the odd little bit of, like, when you see somebody creep up from the second into the first round on mock drafts, you know that those people, you know the Daniel Jeremiahs of this world, the Mel Kippers of this world, are clearly hearing from front offices, do you know what, we like this Tyreek Williams guy. And that's clearly what's happened here as he sneaks into the first round at 28.
This is a big reach for me. I have this guy as just inside my top 50. I mean, he's a run-stuffing defensive tackle, which is great. He's explosive, great anchor, quick get-off, really strong run defender. Not like a very sexy pick, but very useful on first and second downs. But he's not a pass rusher, and I don't really know why you're going to draft a guy in the first round to just be that kind of run stuff when you can get those guys 10 a penny in free agency. You can get them dirt cheap off the street.
Sorry, if that's true, could you let like 7 to 10 teams in the NFL know that those guys are available? Because the amount of teams who are terrible interior against the run is astonishing.
That is true. However, I do feel like this is fundamentally a player which doesn't really doesn't really warrant a first-round pick, I think. I mean, I think that you're drafting guys for their ceiling in the first round, a bit like my criticisms of Ibuka is much the same here, is that I think in the first round, you kind of want to take your swings on the guys that are going to be those players that you can build around. And Tyreek Williams is a very Lions player, right? Stop the run, hard in the middle. Dan Campbell will love this guy. I think if they wanted a second edge rusher to kind of clean up anything that Aiden Hutchinson can produce.
Smart as well. That's the other thing to say about him. Good play recognition, reads the run well. He does need to improve his pass rushing, but smart, physical, run stuffing. You said it. You hit that nail, smack bang on the head. This screams a Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes type player. And look, they've gone outside of probably Jack Campbell, who I think has turned into an okay starter in the NFL. They've drafted a lot of guys higher than we thought they should, and they've ended up being successful for them. So I'm just going to say that I'm going to trust the Lions on this rare occasion. Washington on the clock. 4 more picks in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft, live here on talkSPORT 2 and on NFL Endzone. talkSPORT Endzone.
The NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.
You're back with NFL Live, and it's the NFL Draft, first round 2025. Washington on the clock, and the pick is actually in. So just 3 teams left to pick: the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, and Philadelphia Eagles. We would have expected those 3 teams to all be picking this late in the round. Washington maybe less so. No offense to Commanders fans, but I don't think anyone expected them to go true worst to first in that division last year, losing the NFC Championship game to Philadelphia. They've got some big needs, though, right? Defensive back, edge rusher, receiver, safety, offensive line, all of them. And they've, moved on from a lot of players in this offseason. Jonathan Allen gone, De'Ami Brown gone, Jeremy Chin gone. Yes, they've made some splashes, right? Brought in Larry Tunsil via that trade. Some guys who not huge on, like Javon Kinlaw, I think Deebo Samuel a little bit on the wane, but didn't have to give up a huge amount for him. Don't laugh. I'm not just saying that as a 49ers. Like, yes, I'm a 49ers fan, but he is a guy who he has to be a good scheme fit for it to work. I think I don't want to be harsh to Washington because I loved the story last year, and they've clearly still got the high-end talent there. And look, last year, Jaden Daniels not carried them to, but it was a huge reason that they were where they were. But their best offensive lineman in Sam Cosmi gets injured at the end of the season and may not be back for the start of this year. They lose defensive talent, and the guys they bring in are all, Will Harris, Dietrich Wise, Eddie Goldman. They're all role players where they've been before, but not necessarily stars. When I look at the depth chart for them now, they do feel like they are primed for a potential step back. That could still be a playoff team. That could still even win their division. But are they some nailed-on, one step away from the Super Bowl, NFC Championship type team? No. And that's why I thought maybe they would be a big trade-back candidate. But they've stayed where they are and they've made the pick.
I don't think any pick they can make here would particularly move me in terms of their season outlook for next year.
29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr.
There we go.
Tackle, Oregon.
There you go. Josh Connerly Jr., the Oregon tackle, is off the board. Josh Simmons, with that patella injury, still remains on the board. What do we make of Connerly at 29th overall? They did need offensive line help. I know you're shaking your head, but it was a big position of need for them.
I mean, I'm shaking my head. I think it's a good pick. I had Josh Connerly ranked 31 on my big board. To get a potential starting caliber tackle at this late in the draft is a really good pick. And when you have Jaden Daniels, who is prone to making some interesting decisions to run the ball and to putting himself at the mercy of being hit by the defense, it makes a lot of sense. I'm shaking my head because they've sniped us twice. They not only took Larry Tunsil from me as a Texans fan, but then they also drafted Josh Connerly Jr., who I think we should have tried to draft at 25. This is what I'm saying with the trade down, not to flog a dead horse, but again, it's just you want to put yourself in a position to draft players that are going to make your team better, and the Commanders have done that. The Texans, however, haven't.
A 2-year starter in Oregon, but he manned the left tackle position. They just traded for a left tackle. Is he a guy who can kick out to right with relative ease?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tricky when you're asking these offensive linemen to swap sides. It happens all the time.
I think people don't realise quite how difficult it is.
Yeah.
It's like you've been right-handed your whole life and suddenly you've got a right-left-handed, right?
There's a PG and a non-PG version. Obviously, go to the PG version. It's like trying to eat with your left hand, is what they say. But it's
don't even look like you're not sure what the other one is. Tom Scholes behind the camera. We all know what he meant.
And but it does happen. But it's not as simple as, okay, well, he can move, that he's going to be fine. Like, these guys have learned how to learn with their hand placement. You've got to swap it around. That's not easy to suddenly do that. I think it's definitely possible. I don't think they're going to ask Tunsil to swap at this point in his career. They'll probably get Connerly to swap. But it's definitely something that's worth keeping an eye on when offensive line development does take a minimum of a year anyway, let alone changing sides.
Andrew on the chat on YouTube, talkSPORT End Zone, our watch along there. So if you're listening on talkSPORT 2, you could be watching us as well. What a treat that is for you. He says it's a good pick, and I'm saying that as a lifelong Cowboys fan. So there you go, some begrudging respect for what Washington are achieving. 3 more on the board: Buffalo, KC, Philadelphia. KC, fascinating flashpoint. I did a hit on talkSPORT about 9:30 last night, and after they asked me the kind of initial question, the kind of what's your overall scope of this draft, the first question I got from somebody else was, come on, what Kansas City going to do? Because, they got beaten badly in the Super Bowl, and that always draws eyes to you. So that's a fascinating one coming up. But first of all, Buffalo. Is there... I am answering my own question here because we've talked about it a lot today already. There isn't a number one wide receiver left in this class. They do desperately need an X, a proper number one receiver, and they're not going to find it here. So what direction do we think the Bills could go in?
So, yeah, I mean, the wide receiver, they've got a million guys that play in the slot, right? Keon Coleman, he was pretty underwhelming last year, 5 drops. They had Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, Laviska Shenault. They're all slot guys. They don't have an outside guy. However, I think where they should go here with this pick is edge. They've brought in Bosa, who, as we know, has quite an extensive injury history, and really they need to keep that guy like a Ferrari in the garage hidden away for the playoffs when they can kind of unveil him and he's good and fresh and has fresh legs and isn't injured. So I think by drafting an edge, you don't necessarily need that, quote unquote, but you do then get, again, the added benefit of not just drafting a player and improving that defensive line, but also you just get to limit the amount of snaps Bosa has and therefore limit the potential he has to get injured.
Just an interesting little bit of breaking news. Brian Daboll has given in a press conference after trading up for Jackson Dart and has made it clear that Russell Wilson is the starting quarterback. That is the plan to start the season as we expected, but Tom Pelissero tweeting that out. Just coming back to this Buffalo pick then, look, from my perspective, I think you're bang on with the pass rush because what they've got, Ed Oliver, great player. Daquan Jones, good player. Greg Rousseau, good player. AJ Epinesa, good player. But lots of disruptors, not a lot of finishers. There's a lot of pocket collapsing happening, but there's not a lot of sacks happening there. Is there a really good finisher, guy with pass rush moves, guy who's going to, is this finally the spot for a Mike Green, for example?
You'd think so as a player. Again, it's just those character concerns. If it's not Mike Green, who I think
I think if you've got a character concern guy, isn't Buffalo a great landing spot? Come on, that feels like a good character organisation.
Yeah, look, you're gonna get on the straight and narrow when you're trying to trudge through 10-foot snow to get to practice. So that is definitely fair enough. And there's not exactly a lot happening in Buffalo, New York. So again, it will keep him on the straight and narrow. But if you're looking for a quote unquote safer pick, that is character wise, then I really like Donovan Ezaraku here as a really refined, toolsy pass rusher who's got a great stable of pass rush moves. I think he'd pair really nicely with what the Bills already have on their defensive line.
Guys, can I just jump in the war room? I've got a different perspective. I'm looking potentially here. I'd be looking at maybe corner or maybe safety. Now, I know they took Cole Bishop in the second round last year, but maybe an Eamon Warry still on the board. Mm-hmm. Even corner, put someone alongside Christian Benford. They brought back Trey White, but maybe if you look at a Maxwell Hairston right now, even a Will Johnson as a jump. But I think maybe corner as well could be a potential pick, or that safety in the DB's room.
No, I think it's a really good shout. It's Damar Hamlin and Taylor Rapp is good, not great pairing. Dane Jackson, who they brought in, feels like a rotation and guy. Teron Johnson at nickel isn't a screamer.
The opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy.
Give it up. I love it, Tommy.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder, is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Here we go.
Let's go, Buffalo! With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Hairston. Let's go!
So they do go corner. It was a call from Will Varney. It's Maxwell Hairston who is there and thought might be one of those guys who is in attendance and slips out of that first round. A 2-year starter at Kentucky. What do we make of this pick?
I mean, this guy ran an incredibly fast 40, in the
4.3, right?
Yeah, 4.29 maybe. But I mean, look, at that point, 4.29, 4.30. Apart from bragging rights, what's the difference? I mean, he's really good in a cover 3 scheme, which I know the Bills like to run from time to time. So it's a good pick, definitely. Personally, I'd other cornerbacks ahead of him. I get though why you want that speed in the secondary when you're trying to go against some of the faster receivers in the league. And again, they have that need at corner because they do have some aging vets there. So it kind of future-proofs the Bills. I would have gone defensive line, maybe get heavier against the run, but you can't really fault this pick.
Yeah, opposite Christian Benford as well, who I think really emerged last year as a guy who, he had a good first couple of years to his career as a 6th-round pick, but last year emerged as one of the better corners in the AFC, and so it works really nicely. Oh, and I said we were going to be talking all about Kansas City and getting all, deep on what they were going to do in this draft. Turns out, they didn't want the pick. They've traded out of the first round. They are no longer picking 31st overall. Trade. We are moments away from finding out who that is. Is Will Varney on the other end to give us some deets?
Yes, I am indeed.
Good man.
Don't worry, because the Chiefs have traded the number 31 pick to the Eagles. And the Eagles have traded number 32 and the 164th overall to the Chiefs. So the Eagles on the clock right now. I wonder who they're jumping ahead of Kansas City to take. Dom, any thoughts?
I'm really lost here with the Eagles. I mean, there's no Georgia player that stands out to me here that they'll be snapping up another Georgia Bulldog for the defense. Maybe like someone like Luther Burden as that wide receiver.
Could it be corner with Darius Slay going? I don't know.
Yeah, like Will Johnson, the value's there. That's a very Eagles move. It's so hard. I mean, what they're going to do is they're going to make a pick, and that's going to help them win the Super Bowl in 2 years' time. Is the classic Eagles kind of trope there. So whatever they pick, I'm just going to say it's good, and that will future-proof my my take.
Howie, we trust. They definitely need defensive back help. I think you're absolutely right with that. And actually, like sneakily defensive line help as well. Josh Sweat going, Milton Williams going. I know they had a lot of the Super Bowl particularly showed how good the depth was there, right? They had guys who showed up in a massive way. Nolan Smith showed up in a big way. Moro Ojomo showed up in a really big way in the Super Bowl. But they are not a team who... They lost some key players there, right? So maybe that as well. But defensive backfield does... They took Cooper DeJean and Quinion Mitchell last year. Just how much help do you need back there? Maybe safety. That's kind of the other one. But
yeah, Nick Emenwari maybe. I mean,
is that someone who you need to jump ahead of the Chiefs to go and get?
No, I don't think so. So I wonder if they're worried that someone else is going to draft this guy. So I mean, I feel like I'm looking at wide receiver here is what I'm thinking. But
okay.
Like I think maybe like a Luther Burden to stop. I mean, you can see the Chiefs drafting him. They need a wide receiver as well, but. I don't know. I mean, the obvious one is Will Johnson, I think, with that value. If the Eagles love drafting for value, Harry Roseman loves getting those like kind of media guys that fall later, and everyone says that Howie's just playing on easy mode and all that malarkey because he just takes the highest player on the consensus board. But look, it works.
It just seems... Casey, do they... I mean, they do probably need a corner, but you had to be... convinced that they were going to pick the player that you were going to pick, even if it's only giving up a 5th round pick, which is not anything too huge. And I always find it fascinating when it's like the two teams that faced off in the Super Bowl that are swapping picks. I always find it fascinating when the Bills were giving up picks to the Chiefs. It seemed bizarre to me because it's like, well, hold on. This is, unless you're getting something amazing from them, this is a team you need to make sure that you're beating out, right? I'm not so sure that I'm not so sure that corner is something that the Chiefs were desperately in need of, if that is the particular player that they are going to end up going to get. You've got Trent McDuffie on one side. You've got Christian Fulton coming in from the Chargers, who, yes, was made to look very good by Jesse Minter. Is he going to look as good in the Steve Spagnuolo system is the question. But I don't know. It's a bizarre one to me. Even if it is only a 5th round pick. You had to be completely convinced that they were going to take the player you wanted.
Well, I was sorry to interrupt. I was just going to potentially broach. We remember a couple of years ago what they did by getting Nolan Smith towards the end of the first round. Is there potential they're just looking for some extra juice? The fact that they've lost Josh Sweat as an edge rusher. Is there anyone there that could provide that? Mike Green, potentially? Could they be looking at him? Is there anyone else? I mean, Jahad Campbell's still hanging around, I suppose.
I keep saying Mike Green, and then... No, I said Mike Green for every pick for the last 15 picks, and nobody's been interested in it. Nobody's had a sniff. I watched his tape, and I thought he was great. But, what do I know?
Jihad Campbell's a good shout. I like that one. Again, the values there. Big school, Alabama, improved that defense. They did re-sign Zach Bourne, but, having another linebacker there would help, put your best players on the field, I think. Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what this pick is. I think it's less about perhaps that they think the Chiefs are going to take them, because I don't think the Chiefs would have traded down if the Chiefs thought that the Eagles were going to take their player. But maybe if it's someone from the second looking to trade up for this guy as well. So I suspect it's probably someone that we all think was going to go in the first round. I don't think they're trading up here for someone something like a Siobhan Ravel from ECU, for example. I think they're probably looking to go up for one of those like secure first round picks. But there's quite a few of those guys still left on the board. So we'll see who it is, I guess.
Yeah, you look at consensus boards. Mike Green, Jahad Campbell, Nick Emenwari, Will Johnson, Josh Simmons. I mean, they are obviously one of the best tackle tandems in the league, but Lane Johnson is aging. We're talking first ballot Hall of Famer Lane Johnson, but he is aging at this point. You mentioned Donovan Ezeuruku as a possibility. Like, realistically, there are 3 or 4 guys there who we were talking about as almost nailed on first rounders, but because at the same time we said every pick from about 6-7 through to 50, you could essentially throw them up in the air and see where they land, and the order wouldn't stun you that much. Like this I don't know. It's a fascinating one. What I love is that the pick, that trade happened pretty quickly. And what the NFL have done is gone, let's show 8 minutes of adverts before reading the pick out, because we've got to try and draw this out until midnight East Coast, 5 a.m. our time. We don't need that. The pick's in. Just let us know who they've taken. I really like how they've, as well, focused on these crowd shots, and they've really tightened in on them now. Because after Green Bay picked, did you notice that the back half of the field just completely emptied? I actually think by the time the Bills picked, there were more Bills fans there than Packers fans by the time we got to that point.
Yeah, I mean, like, this Eagles fan is up there. The guy with the green mohawk, he wears the pads, he's got the face paint on. I don't know how much money he has, but he's at genuinely like every single Eagles event. Like, this guy must spend every single penny he has on going to Eagles venues.
I think it's like the green shirt guy in WWE, though, right at this point, where he's just like, he's become such an icon of it that they invite him along to stuff, that they probably support him being there and make sure that he's in attendance. It's what used to happen with Fireman Ed with the Jets, and yet they had a bit of a falling out a few years ago, and he made it very public, and it was all a bit weird. I mean, you do look at that. For the Eagles' first and second round picks since 2022, and they are absolutely astonishing. Like, they do not miss in these rounds in recent years. And so we shouldn't really question, let's see, first round picks in the last 10 drafts: Quinion Mitchell, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Devonta Smith were their last 5. Before that, you took Jalen Reagor, admittedly not great. Right, come on, Rog, who are they taking?
Traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell,
there it is,
linebacker, Alabama.
Will Varney, bang, hits another one. Jahad Campbell, Nakobe Dean injured, Zach Bourne re-signed, and they went, right, let's get a guy who, from a pure talent perspective, is a top 10, maybe top 15 guy, but a position that is, let's be honest, undervalued in the NFL overall. They go, yep, off-ball linebacker, Alabama, let's go.
Howie Roseman does it again. You get a player who, by everyone's, by the consensus ranking, is a top 15 player. I have him as 13th on my big board, and you get him at 31. And he is a fantastic linebacker, the clear LB1 for me in this class. If Jaylen Walker's got that hybrid role, like Jahad Campbell he ticks every box. What you're looking for a linebacker for me is, can you make plays at the line of scrimmage? Can you rush the passer? And can you drop into coverage? And Jahad Campbell can do all 3 of those things. He's got size, speed, versatility. He's a really sure tackler. He makes plays around the line of scrimmage all the time. He's fantastic in zone coverage, really valuable in the modern NFL. It allows him to be a true 3-down player. And again, it just makes the Eagles defense, who has had a lot of turnover, yes, but they just it's like a revolving door. They just add a new player in who's going to immediately fill the shoes of someone else, and he's a fantastic player at fantastic value.
The only knock I've seen on him is that he's much more effective on the outside. Actually did do some pass rushing, was recruited as an edge rusher, and while he became an off-ball linebacker, he's not necessarily a guy who, when he's got to take on blocks, when he's got to take on rushing up the middle, is not necessarily going to be a strong suit. So I know they've got very stout middle of that defense already, and he gets to go and learn alongside a couple of guys who are very, very good at that. That's just the little knock on him, that other than the health stuff that may have seen him slip a little bit.
Yeah, and obviously the health, again, for Will Johnson, it's going to take him out of the first round, it seems, which, I mean, at the top of the second, we saw Brian Branch fall to the second round, not due to injury concerns, I believe, but just, you have these players that you do think are going to get drafted in the first, and inevitably there are reaches, and some of these players do fall, but I will be really interested to see tomorrow where Will Johnson ends up going, because I don't think anyone really had this guy falling out of the first round, and by what it looks like, he definitely is going to.
By the way, the Saints have now gone 54 consecutive years without selecting a quarterback in the first round of the draft. The next closest was Dallas with 36 years. That's pretty astonishing. 54 years, because I'm assuming that we know that the Chiefs are going to pick here then, and that they're not going to be anyone that's going to be moving up into there. Jahad Campbell does feel like it is the classic, Howie Roseman's done it again pick. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Zach Bourne, Jahad Campbell. I mean, Zach Bourne's a wild one, though. Let's take that. They've drafted brilliantly, but they were the first team ever in NFL history to bring in 2 free agents who are both first-team All-Pros in their first season with the team. You expected that from Saquon Barkley on that team. They took a pass rusher and special teamer and turned him into the best off-ball linebacker in the league. So there were people out there, smart football people, calling for him to be Defensive Player of the Year. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care how smart you think your coaching staff is. For that to work and for that to land is pretty astonishing.
I was just gonna jump in here, Will. I just saw something really interesting here in the last few minutes. Apparently, the Eagles were so keen on Jahad Campbell that they were actually the team who were talking to the Chargers at 22, being willing to trade up to take him there. Apparently, then the Chargers decided to stick and pick, but that's how keen the Eagles were supposedly with Harry Roseman. Instead, they get their guy at 31.
I think with the Eagles as well, what's so interesting about the Zach Bourne success is I think it shows that really players don't tend to quote-unquote bust. It's their landing spot. It shows that really the situation a player is in and how they're used and how they're understood by the coaching staff is so important. And that's why when you get these players that flame out from first-round draft picks, whether that's offensive lineman or whatever, I often question, you kind of have to first question the team that drafted them. Did you put them in a position to succeed? Did you build a team around them? Did you help them understand the culture? And I think the Eagles, what they've done so well is they just get everyone to buy in. They know exactly what they're doing there. They have a perfect idea for where everyone fits into their roster. And I think the best comparison really is Georgia, not because they have loads of Georgia players, that obviously helps, but because each guy has a role, whether that's, the quarterback and Jalen Hurts just doing what he needs to do, picking up yards with his legs, making throws where he needs to, whether that's Devonta Smith being a really high wide receiver too, whether that's Zach Bourne suddenly having one of the biggest turnarounds of any NFL player in his career. They just know what they're doing, the Eagles. They're such a well-run team, from the contracts to the coaching to the players.
Highest rated linebacker by some distance in this draft. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe they just traded down. They didn't want a linebacker. Maybe they just traded down because they wanted to know what it was like to pick at 32 again. They were like, this is our spot. Get out of there, Philadelphia. So we're waiting for that final pick to come in the round. Then we will just quickly recap the rest of that first round. It's been a fascinating first round with that Travis Hunter pick right at the very top. And let's get that final pick for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
There's a very, very angry Houston Texans fan next to me. This is where I don't see why they needed to necessarily trade into that spot unless there was someone else desperately coming to get him, because that is as perfect a pick for the Chiefs as possible, considering that they were so desperate for help on that line, considering that they went and got a left tackle who was a backup to Trent Williams, who started, 6 games over the last 2 years, who Jalen Moore didn't put a lot on tape to show that he deserved the contract they gave him. And they go and get in Josh Simmons, a guy who many people prior to the injury would have had top 10-ish within this draft, maybe the best tackle overall. It's one of those frustrating, basically it's just been nailed back to back by the two teams who are in the Super Bowl this year.
And that's why they are in these positions. Good teams make good decisions, and they, from both the Eagles and the Chiefs here, they are two fantastic decisions. To get Josh Simmons, who, like you say, Will, was many people's OT1, barring the injury, we'll see how the medicals turn out. To get him at 32 is just fantastic team building again. And I'll just quickly mention it because I'd be remiss if I didn't. This is what I feared as a Texans fan, that we've had Josh Connolly off the board, we've had Josh Simmons off the board, and you've really got a question again. We've had the Chiefs, fantastic team building. They've nailed their pick. They've got a fantastic player. They are a better football team now. The Texans haven't made a pick, and in doing so, I think have made themselves a worse football team.
It's interesting as well because last year in Kingsley Suamata, they took a player who, again, a lot of people had higher on their boards and they took later, but that was a bust. But the difference for me being that was a high upside, low floor guy. That was a guy who you were like, could be amazing, but hasn't shown what it needs to. It's different with Simmons. If the injury turns out to be so if a patella tendon is rough, right?
Yeah.
But if it's something that he can get over and he can be a consistent performer in the NFL past that injury, he feels like a really high floor guy, and he feels like, I know there's too much of this in the NFL where it's like offensive linemen are seen as safe picks, and actually they've got just as good a hit rate as anyone else, about 50%. There's a lot of them that flame out. There's a lot of them that don't do well, but he does feel like a guy which, if the injury concerns are got past, this could end up being a really sensational pick.
Yeah, a fantastic pick. I mean, limited sample size, like we say, only 5.5 games this year, but those 5.5 games were absolutely phenomenal. So the Chiefs have, at 32, you like the risk of that small sample size because it is literally the last pick of the first round, and you get the 16th player on my board. Great pick.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Right, I'm going to run through the action that we've seen tonight through this first round for you before we wrap things up. I know, thank you to everyone that's been involved, both on the NFL End Zone page, on talkSPORT End Zone page on YouTube, and also listening on talkSPORT 2. So I am going to rattle through the full 32 picks. I might just give a thumbs up and a thumbs down. I'm not going to make you grade them, but we're going to do it into the camera while I make the picks. So the only way you're going to see it is if you watch it on YouTube. Cam Ward, Miami, going to the Titans. Travis Hunter, they trade up, they give up a first-round pick, but the Jags go to 2, and it gets 2 thumbs up from the man to my left, 4 in total. Yeah, there we go. Abdul Carter, Penn State to the New York Giants, but what does that mean for Kayvon Thibodeau? Will Campbell, tackle, LSU to the New England Patriots, slot in and will start at left tackle from day one. The Browns trade down from 2 to 5, take Mason Graham. He gets a thumb to the side. Get fair, absolutely fair. Ashton Genty, Boise State, the running back, the superstar running back, lands on the Las Vegas Raiders. Arman Meimu out of Missouri, the tackle to the New York Jets. Tet McMillan, the Panthers stay where they are, take their ex-receiver. Kelvin Banks Jr., the tackle out of Texas, to the Saints. It gets a kind of thumbs up with a slight lean to the side. I like that. Colston Loveland out of Michigan, tight end to the Chicago Bears. Mikael Williams out of Georgia to the San Francisco 49ers, which again gets a sideways. Reports coming out from San Francisco. You know, the Panthers were talking to somebody about their pick. Apparently, San Francisco tried to go up to 8 because they thought Mikael Williams was going to be off the board by 11. So they tried to go into the top 10 to go and get him because they liked him that much. So, you know, their first-round picking hasn't been brilliant. You've got to say that. But they clearly love the guy. Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama to the Cowboys. Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle out of Michigan to the Dolphins. Tyler Warren as the Colts just go big body. Like, they're the opposite of the Golden State Warriors. They're just, everyone's going to be a big on our team. Then we must be accurate. Jaylen Walker out of Georgia, the first of 2 pass rushers to go to the Atlanta Falcons. Walter Nolan, the interior pass rusher, going to the Arizona Cardinals. Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M. That's the first full-blown thumbs down we've had of the round, going to the Cincinnati Bengals. Gray Zable. I mean, that might be 2 thumbs up from me. Unbelievable pick for the Seattle Seahawks at 18. The interior offensive lineman. Emeka Ibuka, a wide receiver to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers out of Ohio State. Jade Baron out of Texas, the corner to the Denver Broncos. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon to the Steelers. We thought maybe that was going to be the spot for a quarterback. Maybe there isn't going to be a second quarterback in this first round. Amarian Hampton goes to the Chargers. Matthew Golden, the first wide receiver to be picked by the Packers since 2002 in the first round. Donovan Jackson, the guard, goes to the Minnesota Vikings out of Ohio State. And then the blockbusters back-to-back. First, the New York Giants trade 2 third-round picks to get up from 36, I think it was, in the draft, up to 25 and go and take the Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart at 25. Then the Falcons give up to move up 20 spots in the draft, a first next year to go and get James Pierce Jr. at Tennessee. Now, I'm going to ask you to do 2 thumbs for this. Yep. That's for the trade, but for the player... Yeah, there you go. See, a thumb up for the player, but a thumb down for the value that they paid for him. Malachi Starks just seems to fall into the lap of the Baltimore Ravens. Tyreek Williams, run-stuffing defensive tackle out of Ohio State to the Lions. Josh Connolly Jr., tackle out of Oregon to Washington. Maxwell Hairston, corner out of Kentucky to the Buffalo Bills. Jahad Campbell, linebacker out of Alabama. What a pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, who give up a 5th-round pick to move above the Chiefs to go and get him. And then with the final pick of the first round, Josh Simmons, Ohio State, many people's best tackle talent-wise on the board, but the injury concern saw him slip all the way to the end of the first round. And that was it 4.5 hours of broadcasting, and what a sensational round it was. Fascinating from top to bottom. And there's still a huge amount of talent on the board right now. Guys with injury concerns, guys with potentially character concerns, but a lot of talent out there. The big names to drop out of the first round: Mike Green, the Michigan State pass rusher, Nick Emenwori, the safety, Will Johnson, the Michigan corner, Donovan Ezeriku, the edge.
Boston College.
Yeah, Boston College edge. It's a very tiny logo on the version I'm reading, so I was like, I think that's Boston College, but I'm not 100%. And then a bunch of wide receivers. Only saw 2 go off the board, so bunch of wide receivers still available, the rest of the tight ends, and of course, more than anyone else, Shedeur Sanders still available after this first round. Decided not to go to the draft, may have turned out to be the correct decision. Any final thoughts on all of the action from tonight, sir?
Well, you say Shedeur Sanders made the right decision. Jalen Milroe didn't. He was at the draft and his name did not get called. So he's done a Will Levis. He's on the first flight home and we'll see where he gets taken. And I suspect it will be after Shedeur Sanders. It might not even be in the second round, despite him being a very talented, athletic quarterback. We'll see where he goes tomorrow.
Couple of guys. Tyler Booker. Couple of guys not taken who went to the draft this year, so that's a little bit brutal on them. Maxwell Heston did get taken right at the end, just thinking to yourself, oh God, but yeah, Jalen Milroe will not taken and at the draft. I always wondered, do they go to night 2 or do they stay in their hotel and just chill out?
I think they go home. Will Levis was at home when he got drafted. I'd go home. I'd go home.
Will Varney up in the war room. Any final thoughts from you, sir?
I think we've had a lot of entertainment tonight, guys, haven't we? A few late trades as well to wake us up around about the 4 a.m. mark, which is always handy, other than a coffee. But look, I think, like you mentioned, some interesting names tomorrow at the start of day 2. Emenwori, Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, of course. And then I'm intrigued to see this run on quarterbacks. I know it's not a great quarterback class, but the likes of Tyler Shook, where does Will Howard go? And who are these teams who are potentially looking at these filler guys? Milroe, for example, is that one where the Rams potentially look at him as, you know, you've got that extra first rounder next year, but is it a bit of a conservative pick? So, look, I think there's going to be plenty of action to keep us entertained over this weekend, especially heading into day 2 tomorrow.
So thank you to everyone who did get involved in the show this evening. For all of those who watched at talkSPORT Endzone on YouTube, our dedicated NFL YouTube channel. A couple of clips already gone up there of some of the picks from the draft so far. Ted McMillan going to the Panthers, one that was loved by Dom. All of the wildness at the top of the draft with Travis Hunter as well. That's gone up as well, so you can go and watch our reactions to that. And yeah, I'm sure on social media, Dom, where can people find you so that they can follow all your reactions to round 2 through 7?
At Corbs.
You're going to be one of those guys who's going to be tweeting like 255, like I love the value here.
When the punters start coming off the board, that's when I really thrive. You can find me at Dom Corbs NFL on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter, and Corbs NFL on YouTube.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you to Will. Thank you to Dom. Thank you to Tom behind the screen as well. He's pulled an absolute shift today, getting everything set up for the watch-along. What a hero. And thank you so much for everyone who's been involved throughout the night. Don't forget, talkSPORT will bring you the very best NFL coverage across next season. We'll have all 7 International Series games for you. 6 of them in person in stadium. You think listening to me talk for 4 hours at 1 a.m. is a lot. Wait till you hear me shouting in a stadium. I get very excitable. We'll also have weekly games for you every Sunday night, Thursdays, Mondays as well, plus plenty of coverage across our NFL YouTube channel. So get involved there. And that schedule release that they got so excited about earlier, May 14th. So we are just a couple of weeks away from knowing who the road teams are going to be for the International Series games, plus the dates for them as well. Tickets will then become available. The season is already on the horizon. I cannot wait. Thank you for joining us. This has been the NFL Draft on talkSPORT 2.